Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's a Huerta safe haven. Attacking 12, cycle check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 Charlie, good shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First standby. 10-4. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related? She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Stand by with this. Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran's off medication. She's a Huerta safe haven. Attacking 12, cycle check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 Charlie, good shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know.
is here today with us. I'm going to go with Santa Ana Councilwoman Jesse Lopez, LA Council President Harris Dawson, Councilman Adrian Azarian, Assemblywoman Celeste Rodriguez, LAUSD Board Member Kelly Gomez, Latino Caucus Chair Gonzalez, State Senator Sacha Rene Perez, LAUSD School Board Member Rocio Rivas, San Gabriel Councilman Jorge Vera Avila, LA County Assessor Ted Crane, Councilwoman Heather Hutt, Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson is with us, LA County Supervisor Solis, Huerta, Han are here with us today, Councilwoman Padilla, Vice Mayor Cynthia Gonzalez, Councilwoman Ulises Hernandez, Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez, State Senator Maria Elena Brazo, State Senator Caroline Menjivar, Assemblyman Zach Bryan, Congressman Jamie Gomez, Board of Equalization Antonio Vasquez, Culver City Councilwoman Imani McNish, Congresswoman Cynthia Camilo, LA Community College District First Vice President Jared Hernandez, Culver City Councilmember Bubba Fish, Shel Sabayas, John Erickson from West Hollywood, Congressman Gil Cisneros, State Senator Lola Smoldo Cuevas, Assemblyman John Radian, and Assemblywoman Jessica Loza, and all the elected leaders who are here today. And Isabel Curado is here today, as well as Assemblymember Gibson. I have the President of the CTA, and Councilwoman Nithya Raman, but CTA is in the house today. Give it up for the elected officials who are here with us. And I want to thank our brother.
I'm David Goldberg, President of CTA, the California Teachers Association. 300,000 members across the state. I want to let you know that we stand with you. But I want to talk to us as labor as well. That this is a moment where we don't just come protest, but we actually need to lead. We know people all about this movement right now. We have clergy in front of the detention center right now. Clergy, rabbis, priests, imams standing with immigrants right now. But we have a special role as workers. We have the power that no one else has. But we have to follow the model that David made for us. And put our lives on the line. We have to develop infrastructure so that all of our work sites become places where we can stand up for workers in a moment's attention. Soy el maestro de los CTA, de California Teachers Association. Y mis únicas palabras que quiero decir hoy es que los maestros luchando también están enseñando. That our struggle as educators, like all workers now, is to show our students and our young people what it means to stand up to them, for them. And we're ready to do this, and we're building the infrastructure to do that. So I look forward to being in the struggle with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, CTA. El maestro luchando también está enseñando. I want to invite all of our SEIU presidents who are here today. I know we gotta speak and we gotta speak loud, but we also have to make sure that we go home peacefully today. All of our SEIU presidents are here today. President from SEIU 521, Rico Mendez. Rico!
How's everybody feeling today? I'm here representing the entire Bay Area and Central Valley. I'm going to kick it to our brother Max Arias that's going to speak on behalf of all of SEIU State Council.
What we fight? What we fight? We win! We're here representing 700 workers, 700,000 workers in the state of California. Essential workers. What is the main California? What California is. Brother Huerta represented that spirit, the spirit of solidarity, the spirit of workers. He always fought for workers for 20 years, right? We demand his immediate release. We demand an end to terror tactics. We demand the immediate release of everybody that was there. You know, we do have power. Workers, we are not violent. We do not have weapons, but we are armed with our power.
Please give me a 390 for 550 seconds.
No mods. Yeah, that's fine. I don't like moderators, Lara. Good to see you. Everybody in the chat.
We're going to do a quick conversation really fast from our local leaders. I'm going to pass it on to Arnulfo de la Cruz. Los Ángeles presente! When I say David Huerta, you say presente. David Huerta! David Huerta! On behalf of the 500,000 long-term care workers in California, today I come not just as a union leader but a friend, because David is a son. David is a father. David deserves to be home with his family right now. But also knowing David, he would probably prefer to be here and stay with us. And he would be the first to say, it's not just about him. It's about the way that we treat people with dignity and respect. So on behalf of SCIU 2015, we demand for the immediate release of David Huerta. Let's keep getting it, Los Angeles. We got his back, just like he has ours. Sí se puede. And now I'm going to turn it over to the president of SCIU 10 to 1 the Bay Area, Teresa Rutherford.
All right. When communities are under attack, what do you do? What do you do? We are a community of immigrants. This country is a country of immigrants, and we're proud of that. We built this country. We're going to fight for this country. We are going to fight for David Huerta, who has fought for this country, and who has ensured that all workers have dignity. That's what labor stands for. That's what we will do. We will not back down. We will not be afraid. When we fight! When we fight! Thank you. Passing it on to everyone. President of California State University Employees Union, CSU is in the house. CSU is in the house. So we at CSU will not stand by while our allies are criminalized. We demand David Huerta's immediate release. We demand an end to unjust ICE detentions and stop the militarization of our communities. And we demand dignity and due process for every immigrant worker who makes this country run. David, if you can't hear us, we've got your back. And we will not be silent. Now I'm going to pass it to Crystal Irving, President of SAU Local 221. Hey, family! My name is Crystal Irving, so proud to represent SAU Local 221 down in San Diego. But y'all need to know that LA is the city that made me. I am born and raised LA, so I'm so happy to be here in solidarity. I want to spend my time with you all just a little differently. I want to remind you all that in these moments, it is incumbent on us to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves, and not just ourselves, but each other. So I want you to look at your neighbor and tell them, I got you, and you got me. And then I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. I want everybody to take one deep, deep collective breath with me. Y'all ready? Inhale. Let me hear you sigh it out. You guys, our breath is our power. Our breath is where we build solidarity. And you have my commitment that as long as we have breath in our body, we are going to fight this, and we are going to fight this together. Free Huerta now. I want to pass it over to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Do that again. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. My name is Dr. Taylor Walker. I am a board-certified family medicine physician and the national president of the Committee of Interns and Residents. Woo-hoo! Y'all, we are the largest doctors union in the United States with 40,000 members across the country. I want to ask y'all something. How often do you see your doctor standing up on a stage at a rally surrounded by these incredible labor leaders? How often? Never? Y'all get ready to see this a whole lot more, because let me tell you, we are done with Trump's racist bullshit. The doctors know for sure that our healthcare system runs on immigrants. Without the immigrants, without the amazing home health workers who took care of years when she was dying of ALS. Without those people, our healthcare system doesn't work. I am so proud and honored to be a president of SEIU, and I am here to call for the release, immediate release, of my union brother, fellow SEIU President David Huerta.
Hey, motherfucker! Oh shit! Oh shit! Really? There's a fire? I don't think so, man. I don't think there's a fire.
Guys, don't try to pin the cops against me. You know?
Free from fear, free from harassment and hostility. We will not stand for 4547, because I will not say his name. Racist, xenophobic, fear-mongering, sexist, toxic masculinity, misogynistic, homophobic, and transphobic actions and policies. And as David would never say, this is bigger than him. This is about the young boy in Torrance who got picked up with his father. This is about all the CSU students across the state. This is about them. And when our future generations ask us, what did we do? We will say, we are right here.
The area is the police confirm you have the dispersion.
It's labor in the house! I didn't hear you, it's labor in the house! My name is Huerta. I'm representing SEIU Local 721. We represent over 100,000 public sector employees in Southern California. And we want a message to say, David, what do we have your back? David is my brother. He's just not a union president. He is my brother. He has set the standard when it comes to the labor movement. He has set the standard when it comes to SEIU to show that SEIU is not just a union representing members, but we are a social and economic justice union. We fight for the communities that we serve. And that's why we're here, united as one. Because when we fight, I didn't hear you, I said when we fight, let's go!
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a beautiful thing to see, to stand up here and see all of your amazing, beautiful tapestry of culture and language and solidarity. Give it up for yourselves right now in this moment for being here on the right side of history. My name is Rico Mendez. I'm the Chief Elected Officer of SEIU 521, and I'm here representing the Bay Area and the Central Valley, Fresno, Bakersfield, Tulare, San Francisco, San Jose. We want LA to know that we stand with you, with all of you. We are a family. We're not going to give up until ICE leaves LA. And if they come to the Bay, we're going to be ready for them. From Crescent City in the Portland border, all the way to Oregon, all the way down to San Diego. California's going to stand together.
Cuando luchamos, when we fight, let's go get it, y'all. Thank you to all of our SEIU presidents who are here today. We are living in peace. These are difficult times for our country, but we need to be ready to fight back tomorrow. And we are coming here to send a clear message that this was a peaceful rally. It will be dismissed peacefully. And we are asking everyone to please go towards Grand and exit in that direction. We are done for today, brothers and sisters, but before we dismiss, I want to hear it loud. Sí se puede! 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 Free Huerta now! Free Huerta now! Free Huerta now! Free Huerta now! Thank you to the labor movement. Thank you. Please, if you are leaving, please, and we need everyone to clear the park and exit towards Grand and do it in an organized and peaceful way. Please use the sidewalks. If you are with the USWW or SEIU 721, the buses are waiting to my left on Hill. If you are on USWW 721, we're on Hill. Si están con USWW o el local 721, los autobuses están sobre la calle Hill a mi izquierda. Gracias, compañeros y compañeras. Buenas tardes.
Por favor de recoger su basura. Si hay basura, please pick up after yourself. If there's any trash, please pick it up after yourself.
I'm not strong enough.
No, you're doing it in the wrong direction.
Are we going to be going back to the van, or are you going to
We're
some people?
We're out. As far as I know, we're headed that way. But I don't make decisions. I just carry the camera.
At the Trader Joe's, male Seneca black shirt, stolen purse from female customer 5 ago, left on leg northbound western towards Capitol Drive. DP busing wearing black jacket, white shirt, tag 77 Carol. Copy. Now, about 6 out from industry, switching to outside. Corrected 16 out from industry, switching to outside.
If we stand united, when we fight, we win! When we fight, we win! When we fight, we win! Peace and love. Thank you very much for standing and ending up with me. Let's give it up. This is also a moment to stand up with our immigrant rights leaders and immigrant rights champions in our state. It is my proud honor to invite Bashir Gulati from the Veteran Immigrant Policy Center.
SEIU, let me hear you! I was supposed to have lunch with David tomorrow. April mentioned it when she came up here. He's been worried about everything that's been going on for a long time. When we were doing scenario planning around how to protect immigrant communities, David was there. When we passed the sanctuary law in LA, David was there. When we went to Sacramento to advocate for individual special section, David was there. When we were having Immigrant Day of Action, David was one of our keynote speakers, and he stood side by side by us. And we're going to be here for David today, tomorrow, and every day. My brother said from the NAACP before, this is a moment of solidarity. This is a moment for labor, immigrant rights, African American community, for all of us to come together.
We were at LAX earlier today because the Muslim and African ban just went into effect today. They're terrorizing us at the airport. They're terrorizing on the streets of LA, and we're gonna fight back. In our California, we are gonna continue to fight back as Angelinos, as Californians, with organizations up and down the state that stand in solidarity with SEIU, that stand in solidarity with David, and more than anything else, I know David would want us to highlight the families that are being separated. We saw this from Trump in 2017 when he was ripping children from their parents, and we're seeing that again right now. Don't let the media distract us. We know we're peaceful protesters. We're here, we're making our voices heard. And don't get distracted from the federal fight that's happening. They're trying to take healthcare away from all of us. We're not going to let them do that. When we fight, the Senate just dropped its bill for the state budget. The Speaker in the Assembly will be doing the same. We need to make sure that all immigrants, regardless of their status, have health care. All immigrants, regardless of status, have health care. Because when we fight, thank you. I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Shirley has been doing amazing work with the Rapid Response Network on the ground. Aurelie has been on the ground around the clock last week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Give her a huge round of applause. Thank you, Aurelie, for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Wesley. To all our partners that are here today, how do you feel? Are you fired up? I'm fired up. Are you fired up? When I say people, you say power. People. People. When I say worker, you say power. Worker. Worker. When I say immigrant, you say power. Immigrant. Immigrant. People. People. Estamos aquí, pertenecemos aquí. We are here and we belong here. We belong here. We belong here. We belong here. My name is Arely Hernandez. I'm an immigrant and proudly a janitor and daughter of janitors. When I worked as a janitor, SEIU was my union and
Unit 133 out of the advising code 1, rated by 94 jail, no matter about bar, code 1.
that's right, because we know how to stand up and protest peacefully. But what has happened, the government came in and they came in with their military vehicles. That's what's happened. Let us not be lost in what the news is reporting. We know how to protest peacefully, do we? That's right. On Friday, you saw what happened in the streets of LA. We quickly went out to support the families. We were denied access to the families, and the attorneys were denied access. Saturday, we went back to the detention center with 4 members of Congress. They were denied access. Sunday, 3 members of Congress went out to Adelanto Detention Center. They were denied access. We are in a crisis of due process. Don't get it wrong. They are trying to tell us that we do not belong here. But do we belong here? Do we belong here? So I'm here to tell you our demands. Stop the raids. Free David Huerta! Free them all! Free David Huerta! Free them all! When our community is under attack, what do we do? When our community is under attack, what do we do? My name is Alexandra Morales, and on behalf of Carecen, today we stand in solidarity with our brother, our ally, our leader David Huerta, who was unjustly arrested for exercising his fundamental right to free speech. Our constitutional rights are under attack in LA and everywhere in the United States. Women does not stay silent. As attacks on immigrant communities escalate, it is more urgent than ever to defend our rights and to demand justice. What we witnessed firsthand was disturbing, cruel, and a blatant attack of state violence. David Huerta, a community leader for decades, was brutally attacked by federal agents. And an attack on one is an attack on all. We condemn the aggressive immigration enforcement operations that terrorize our communities. But let's be clear, ICE operations are not about public security. They're about xenophobia. They're not about anti-immigrant policies. They're about persecuting our vulnerable communities in LA and everywhere. And when our immigrants are under attack, we are all under attack, and we must not stay silent. We demand due process for all those detained. Authorities must be held accountable, and we must insist without compromise that there will be justice. We demand the immediate release of David Huerta now. We demand a stop to ICE raids in LA and everywhere. Free David Huerta, free them all. ICE out of LA. ICE out of LA. ICE out of LA. ICE out of LA. A nuestra comunidad no están solos. De parte de Carecen, el Centroamericano, de Recursos Centroamericanos, estamos aquí con nuestra comunidad para decirles que lo que está pasando en Los Ángeles es muy claro. Al levantar nuestra voz en favor de nuestra comunidad, cuando decimos liberen a David Huerta, decimos liberen a todos. Estamos aquí juntos, vamos a levantar nuestra voz, vamos a superar esto juntos y vamos a decir ICE fuera de Los Ángeles, ICE out of LA, ICE out of LA. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce Executive Director Flor Menendez from the Clean Cars Workers Center. Hello everybody, my name is Flor Menendez and I'm the Executive Director of the Clean Car Wash Workers Center. The immigration raids this weekend shook Los Angeles, tearing families apart and sowing fear in our communities, turning people simply for trying to earn an honest living. Over 200 families were separated in the last 72 hours, including 7 car wash workers whose work sites were raided by ICE yesterday. Some of them are workers members. Noemi, who is here with me today, is the wife of Jesus Cruz, a car wash worker, a member of Clean, who was kidnapped yesterday at Westchester Car Wash. He worked there for 10 years to support his wife and 4 children. Jesus has over 30 years in this country, and unfortunately, we have not been able to locate him. This should not happen. This should have never happened, especially not at a workplace, where people show up to provide for their families and support our communities. We would not tolerate this cruel and dehumanizing actions. We call for the release of our car wash members. We call for the release of David Huerta. We call for the release of every community member who was taken from their families, who was kidnapped from their families and their communities. We will continue to fight for every person. Our voices are strong. Our resolve is unshakable. We will not back down. Carguacheros viven, la lucha sigue. Carguacheros viven, la lucha sigue. El pueblo unido. El pueblo unido. The people united. The people united. Se ve y se siente. No los oigo. Se ve y se siente. Aquí estamos. Y si nos echan,
regresamos. I want to thank all the elected officials who are here with us today. Assemblymember Ryan, Assemblyman.
Meet in order to be able to provide with dignity. But the fear that this administration has given us is nothing more than that. They're paralyzing us if we don't fight back, if we don't speak up, if we don't stand up. We stand with Brother David Huerta. We want to be able to make sure that he...
As we are following it very closely, you can see protesters, demonstrators continue to gather. We heard from President Trump earlier on today talking about that deployment of the National Guard members, saying he is glad to do it, of course, calling out California Governor Gavin Newsom in response, filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for that deployment, calling it against their state's sovereignty. So we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's quickly shift gears, though, here and talk about another major story, an international headline as Israeli forces, they seized a Gaza-bound aid ship and detained Greta Thunberg, the activist, and other activists who were on board early Monday. And I want to put up this from the Israeli Foreign Ministry as the selfie yacht, they're dubbing it, docked at Ashdod port a short while ago. The passengers are currently undergoing medical examinations to ensure they are in good health. And of course, the Israeli Foreign Ministry portrayed the voyage as a public relations stunt, saying on social media the selfie yacht of celebrities is safely making its way to the shores of Israel. For more on this right now, let's go out to Trey Yings that details the story.
Right now. One of the most famous activists in the world is now in Israeli custody. On Monday, the IDF stopped an aid boat from delivering food to the Gaza Strip. One of the passengers was Greta Thunberg, best known for her climate activism. She was working with a group called the Freedom Flotilla Coalition.
I agree. City Hall is City Hall. I'm trying to look at those windows. Sorry.
Portland and Atlantic on the east side of Atlantic.
We're gonna walk. We're gonna follow those birds. Let's go. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Claudia. That is a federal building. But the federal prison is right behind that. And that's where they're holding a union leader.
It's great that we're here to build it, but we can't let it end here. We can't let it in the streets because it's not just here. Now we need to fight inside the halls of power too. We're calling every member of the community, whether you're in Sacramento or Los Angeles or Oakland, stand up to lead forward and build your community power. We're going with the time to organize. We must strategize. As Brother Ronaldo just noted earlier, if there's a group that resonates with your principles, with your beliefs, you need to get involved right now. The question is, when are we going to show up for the next march? It's when are we going to show up to strategize, to organize, get the treatment.
Vehicles on the flight curves on the Standoff, and one vehicle on the I'll route it too. It's a G.
President Detained. Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure to introduce somebody who has been a fighter for workers and for all Californians as she was in the assembly. He's a great friend of mine, a great fighter for all of us. The president of the California Federation of Labor, Lorena Gonzalez.
Brothers and sisters, are there some union members in this house? Walking shoulder to shoulder, intertwined with our own families and our community in this immigrant movement, because we are here to protect workers, all workers, no matter where you came from and no matter what you are doing. That is the role of the labor movement. So I want to thank you for coming out here today. And it's my pleasure because we often think about advocates in the immigrant community, but I have an advocate with me today. She's a rank and file union member, a member of SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild. You may know her from Netflix doing her comedy, but we also know her as an advocate for the immigrant population. Brothers and sisters, give it up for Cristela Alonso.
Everybody, thank you so much for coming today. Look, let's face it, this administration has made a lot of mistakes. But the biggest mistake they did was trying to mess with labor unions. We are what makes this country great. This country was already great with people devoting their life to make it, to try to take care of their families, to take care of each other. But what I said earlier, we got to do it in non-violent ways. But let me tell you, you're going to get sad, you're going to get angry, and it's okay to feel like that. But you wake up the next day and you wake up and you go fight. Because that's what labor unions do. We go fight for what's right. Right, David Huerta, this ends now.
Next up is the head of our Orange County Labor Federation, Gloria Alvarado.
Thank you. Brothers and sisters, is Orange County in the house? Let me tell you, we are all together in this. And each
Okay, we're going to Port Pursuit, last meeting, going westbound on Merv from Prince Edward Air. You can pick it up. It's going to be a black Tesla, all 10 windows. Have a place to be there.
individual.
I invite female black belt to apply. Stay out with it. No friendly. Did you have Arrow, you're on the patio.
All right, TikTok, you want to continue to watch, you got to go to YouTube. Lance the P.I. L-A-N-C-E-T-H-E-P-I. Shut it down.
Traffic is light.
subject, flight 40 miles per hour, number 1 lane, northbound, Santa Fe approach. Westbound, 82. Of the bridge of Rosecrans approaching Alameda. Are there any units of pursuit? Negative. And now he's going to be northbound on Alameda from Rosecrans. Can we pack chin sentry, please? Soldiers at West 97, ready for Civilian 93. Alameda from Rosecrans. Airship just confirming there's no units code 9 yet. That's a firm, and the suspect's now making a U-turn. And now, correction, we're still northbound Alameda, but on the west side of the street. Now on the wrong side, traffic is live for a westbound turn on 133 Street. Going westbound on 133 from Alameda.
We are here for the voice of the ones that can't speak! Descendants of Operation
At the stop sign, it speeds about 45 miles an hour. Traffic is very light. We'll be approaching all of them. And section, this is a 211 vehicle out of Compton. Now back on doors opening. You have one male passenger side running. The other waistband 146. Male Hispanic, blue shirt, wrapped his waistband, guys. He's going male coat, male black, light blue shirt towards that grass area. Hop in the fence, put on action if you can. Continuing westbound, then clear the vehicle, please. Now hopping northbound, Gray Apartments Complex off of El Segundo and east of Willowbrook. He's hunting towards the north side, coming out to the alley, and now he's still grabbing his waistband, guys. He's going to be under the carport and possible carjacking right now. Correction, he bypassed the green car, still under the gray car, and now running eastbound back towards the center. Let's lock down this area. Hey guys, I guess apartment complex locked down. He's in the center of the area now, male, black, light blue shirt underneath the tree. Very center, I have deputies.
Wow, this is wild.
How many deputies are making contact at this time?
This is wild. I'm just trying to be quiet so you guys can hear the
So, suspects toned down. I have 2 deputies. The team at gunpoint was facing in a northeast direction. And rooftop 309 company, if you're there, they're going to be directly north of your car about 50 yards.
Deputies
The driver entered the passenger side, then we saw no other suspect exit the vehicle. Emergency perimeter team at gunpoint 18, northeast on El Segundo to east of Willowbrook.
Wow.
Area for fires above 710, advising at Telegraph, and near the 710 are on Telegraph. 82, copy. Moving up.
This is crazy. Alright.
459, stop, go back. The truck was just west of you. And,
Carlos Orellana aquí.
the area is the flooded couple of reasons for that deal for Lee and her unit is 11.
Su hija.
Stand by. I kept my eyes on the suspect. The vehicle was underneath a tree and the passenger got out. It looks like the suspect exited on the passenger side. Anyone want to see the vehicle take off?
Because él cada noche dice que lo más
We're going to still stick with the shot, and this is what we do live, raw, and unfiltered, taking it to you as it happens. You can hear the emotion in his voice speaking from these notes, these handwritten notes, potentially, that he just got or that he wrote in the last several days. Let's just continue to listen in. David Huerta, the 58-year-old president of the Service Employees International Union in California. Let's listen in again.
Es un trabajador especial. Su compañía que trabaja y aprecia. Y él tiene temor. Él se fue de Salvador a los 18 años. A la edad 18. El temor que él tiene.
Southbound 405 for Wilmington off with minivan partway blocking the lane from turning Alameda.
Ser matado por los mismos pandillas. Ahora, I just did it in English earlier. El temor es que ahora él va a regresar, que va a ser deportado a El Salvador.
There's going to be a noise to David, and I remember the vehicle. I heard the vehicle, nobody said the vehicle. I just saw the one male black running out of the vehicle.
Estar en la misma cárcel que Bukele ha puesto todo el juventud y todos los deportados. Can you explain how you were treated? I need to finish this in Spanish, brother. Pablo Segura, que llegó aquí 2 semanas de edad, que nunca ha conocido ningún otro país que este país. La última vez que fue deportado apuñalaron en Tijuana. No hable bien el idioma de español. Él también tiene temor que va a regresar a un país que él no conoce y que no va a poder aguantar. Todos sus hermanos son americanos, sus padres ya tienen papeles. Dateline, que es de Guerrero, México, él tiene temor de también regresar a México.
See him reading out this statement in Spanish. He's about to answer some questions potentially in English as well outside of this LA federal courthouse. He has been there since Friday. This is David Huerta, the SEIU California president, arrested on Friday while protesting immigration raids, immigration enforcement operations in Los Angeles. His arrest became a rallying cry for union members nationwide and Democratic politicians who have called for his release. It eventually happened today as he was released on a $50,000 bond. Let's just continue again to listen in here on Live After Box as we're also watching live anti-ICE demonstrators rally there in downtown Los Angeles for a 4th straight day. Let's listen back to that.
Amplio, no estoy hablando solo latino, estoy hablando africano, americano, estoy hablando americano, estoy hablando... Porque allá arriba hay de todo, razas, no solo latino, armenio, asiático, hasta francés.
No to our 10 clear. Attention Cerritos units, have the response needed. 329, 19922, Boulevard, 19922, Boulevard, Jersey Dairy. All those transients from the previous hour, from the water background, 309. It's 3, if there is a message for 3.
Your grandma, she's an immigrant, she's getting deported too. That's what you're defending? Piece of shit? That's what you're defending? Come on, bro, look at your eyes. Come on, bro. That's what you're defending? Bro, ground the crowd.
This was NCT UCL Coker. There was just a knockdown 710. My computer program is canceled. Every David, go ahead, you're on a pass.
130, you're advising an attempt to eliminate approximately 15 minutes ago at 28901 Western Avenue, doing business as Trader Joe's.
Estuvimos en lockdown desde 12 de
There's
la
one suspect
mediodía.
last seen running southbound on Western Avenue towards Capitol.
No podíamos salir de nuestros cells. It was, so I just want to say that when we're here in this protest outside, that means in there, they're in lockdown right now. They're in lockdown. They cannot come out of their cells. Not even to eat. They cannot come out.
Who's that?
No further questions.
They cannot come out. So
Any questions or information, contact Lomita Station or 173 David. Catch Jennifer. Lomita 170 right now, please go to 159H. Female black transient inside store with no shirt on. Refusing to leave and yelling at customers and children. No weapons text 81.
Northbound, Taiwan, Podium at
These protests are going coast to coast. I also want to just take us right back out there because we're seeing David Huerta and other members of these union leaders leave. So let's just listen in here. David Huerta walking away, walking out as the camera apparently getting knocked over. And so just live, raw, and unfiltered here. A live look one more time. Blockade around the entrance, the on-ramp to the 101 freeway there through Southern California, through the part of downtown Los Angeles. You can see police officers, just local and state authorities, as we're speaking with different law enforcement experts right now. That is the tactical gear that is familiar to them. Of course, the non-lethal, less than lethal weapons being used. We saw tear gas, we saw flashbangs being used last night on Sunday evening by law enforcement. So we're following all of this here very closely on Live Now from Fox. I do want to give you a sense of what we're looking at right there in Los Angeles. You can see them zooming in on members of the California National Guard, and that was a point of controversy, a point of tension between politicians in Washington, D.C. and all the way in California. Governor Gavin Newsom filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for the deployment of those troops to this region, saying it violated the state's sovereignty and their ability to put those troops, law enforcement in areas that are required of them. So this in the Southern California right now, and it's an interesting contrast to what we're also watching in New York right now. You can see there's what's going on, a line at this street of law enforcement police in LA and then in New York as well. So we're following this coast to coast as anti-ICE demonstrations popping up all over the place. We saw it in Tampa, potentially could see it in Minneapolis, in different locations. This one in New York right now. So I'm not exactly sure the location of this, but you can see the United States courthouse right there in the heart of Manhattan. So just back and forth between these two images in New York, in LA, on the East Coast and West Coast respectively. So lots of demonstrations that we're keeping our eye on over the 101 freeway there, most recently that we're keeping tabs on. So,
Yeah, I guess they're spooling up. They're either spooling up for tonight or they're spooling up to go get somebody. I don't know, because that's whatever was going on at Huntington Park. Why did they attack that one van so violently without the windows? I just Yeah, that's the guy that's like in charge. Yep.
Order. Membership number to be 6200434.
Train 16 David Rising, close for that's 50.5, it's going to code 4. Weapons, step 102 arrow. Switch over to outside clear.
You are a person of color up there. You should be ashamed of your motherfucking self.
That's right. No, not.
Yeah. Yeah, very. They're in the same spot. And if you didn't see it, they attacked one of those vans. They attacked not that one, but the one that's already in there. This is Alameda. This is Alameda and what is the cross? Aliso. 101.
This is for women.
101. 101.
Arizona Plate, Charles William X.
101.
663. Into a camp.
No, it's Alameda and the 101.
420.
These guys are getting ready to close roads. Yep. And look at that. We were up here for almost 3 hours. Don't have any fuel. Yeah, that guy's still down there, like, giving orders.
You ought to be a fucking shame to yourself, especially my black and brown brothers who are out there, my black and brown sisters who are out there.
Vaccine wearing ski mask through a rock at the RC vehicle. A vehicle was driving erratic. 30 will file over the counter. Time on this is going to be 3 years old. And what's the 62? Any questions saying? The no plate. Nothing further. Maybe 321 clear active.
Don't fuck with us! Don't fucking fuck us!
620 America.
Okay, we're all going to hold hands here.
737 David is flying for the
Kumbaya, my lord.
National Guard out of LA! National Guard out of LA! National Guard out of LA!
National Guard out of LA!
National Guard out of LA! National Guard out of LA! National Guard out of LA! National Guard out of LA!
420, give me a route 7, clear.
National Guard out of LA! National Guard National Guard out of LA! 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 National Guard.
Yeah, it's like everywhere you look down there, it's F this, F that, you know. I guess.
On USWW 721, we're on Hills. Están con USWW o el local 721. Los autobuses están sobre la calle Hill a mi izquierda. Gracias, compañeros y compañeras. Buenas tardes.
Por favor de recoger su basura. Si hay basura, please pick up after yourself. If there's any trash, please pick it up after yourself.
I'm not strong enough. No, you're doing it the wrong direction.
Are we going to be going back to the van, or are you going to
We're out.
some people?
We're out. As far as I know, we're headed that way. But I don't make decisions. I just carry the camera.
216 David, go ahead, Vince.
Come on this way.
My name. Oh, okay. My name is.
Yes, City 1 revising close quarters reach jail on Raymond Street, heading for the Rico Sport. David, you just met with some static. If you could tell me the first 4 characters of that VIN. Roger, going to copy the following to 11 broadcast units. One voting a turn occurred about 25 minutes ago. 11414, on clock to Norwalk.
By Governor Gavin Newsom about that taking away the state's sovereignty, accusing President Trump of using that to inflame some of the tensions on the ground in this region. So right now, this is day number 4 unfolding. Viewer discretion is advised as we monitor all of these scenes. You can see cars out right now. So we're following it very closely. We do know in the last several days that Gavin Newsom and President Trump spoke. We don't know how recently, though, that was, or if they spoke since. I do want to put up this, a post from Gavin Newsom saying, quote, "You sent your troops here without fuel, food, water, or a place to sleep. Here they are being forced to sleep on the floor, piled on top of one another. If anything is treating our troops disrespectfully, it is you, President Donald Trump." So the rhetoric continues to be elevated between these two individuals. So that coming in from the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, about it, about the use of the California National Guard, a really unprecedented move, something we haven't seen, going above governors as their use of the National Guard. Something we haven't seen since the 1960s in the civil rights movement. We have not seen, though, notably, any of the Marines.
What is also interesting, the LAPD says they were encountering groups of people that were using handheld radios to communicate with other people within the crowd to coordinate how they were going to, kind of evade LAPD. And that was something the chief mentioned last night during one of his press conferences. Some of these people are known for doing this. They go from city to city. Someone used the word professionals, protesters. I mean, we saw somebody show up with a leaf blower to blow away the tear gas when it was being sprayed at them. We saw people show up with hammers to break away the concrete to be able to throw it on rocks. People that were clearly prepared to come in and do this. And we saw some protesters even wearing gas masks so that the tear gas would be ineffective if law enforcement used it against them.
And Mike, I have to say, I'm surprised that only one was charged with attempted murder for throwing that Molotov cocktail, but we saw all of those people throwing things at those officers that were seeking shelter.
On the freeway.
On the freeway, and none of those people.
So, no, I'm not yet. Anyway, I mean, that would be CHP. These numbers are from LAPD. CHP was the ones that were getting things thrown at them. But, I mean, CHP was in such a position that they were just trying to not get hurt, that they weren't really affecting arrests. All they were doing was shooting less lethal munitions at them, tossing tear gas at them, just to get them away long enough to be able to move and get themselves to safety. So I think what's going to happen, and we saw this so much last night, almost to you know, a very discouraging level is so many people were taking social media videos and pictures and almost, you know, kind of bragging about the things that they were doing. Law enforcement will now use all of those to try to find these people, charge them, arrest them. The FBI has already put out posters with social media video looking for people that they accuse of injuring federal officers.
Well, something very similar happened during the January 6th attack on the Capitol as well.
The feds used that for the better part of a year or 2 years to be able to
found a lot of
track down people.
Popular color was like a fire orange.
Okay.
White pegs. It gives you about 60 miles.
If you have 97 in the area, that's like that.
You oftentimes see a long line of people outside waiting to get inside to get whatever they need done there. So it makes sense that this crowd has gathered there, a large crowd, and even in the 30 or so minutes that we've been on the air, we can tell that the crowd has gotten a little larger.
Yeah, and on the right side, we can actually see they are moving. They were gathered, and now we see them actually moving along the freeway there. Is that the 101 or is that the 110?
I think that's still the 101.
101 on the right side there, and they are walking alongside that. Yes, the 101.
And I think, and John, so what's noticeably different too is we had that skirmish line of officers. Now they have parked a ton of patrol cars right there as well. And I think that group just, you know, they were sitting right here. They've walked around the patrol cars, and now they're kind of on the other side. And John, if you can go back to the right a little bit, that group is now, I believe, merged with.
What about the children? I like to think of myself as a made flame.
Just everywhere.
Nothing, man.
Quietly.
For granted, I mean, walking is good for you.
Right.
But at some point, the kids are going to get tired.
Yeah.
Downtown areas, more people start to leave their jobs, heading home for the day, that, you know, they want to keep all of these people away from those freeways because we know things will get definitely a lot worse if they make it there.
And Mike, going back to something you said just moments ago, which we talk about the professional agitators that police saw, people using handheld radios to talk to others within the crowd. And it really was surprising to watch, as you were mentioning. I saw a shot from SkyCal where you could see people barricaded themselves behind from SkyCal just looked like a pink barricade, which turned out to be those pink benches
and
from
tables.
Grand Park. I mean, that is incredible that they could rip something like that out of probably a bolted cement foundation and move it around like the way they did. And we did see it on video where they were breaking the parts of the curb, grabbing landscaping rocks, anything to throw it down to the CHP offices.
I mean, they even ripped a street sign that was concreted into the ground, and somehow were able to get that out of the dirt and pick it up and throw it over the overpass down onto the CHP cars. And you know, some of those CHP officers, I mean, they would come out and they would try to put, you know, they'd throw something down, light it on fire, and then CHP would try to poke out and use a fire extinguisher to put it out. I even saw one CHP officer use his OC spray, his pepper spray, to try to put the flames out. But as soon as they even, for a second, poke their head out, then you have, you know, more rocks and chunks of concrete being thrown at the officers. So it was a very, very, very intense situation. Out of everything that happened last night, for a law enforcement perspective, that was, I think, when they were kind of in one of the more dangerous situations. And then it was
scary.
And then of course we had that van situation. I mean, it was not a good situation last night at all.
No, and we were just showing there on the right side of the screen, it looked like the officers were also moving. We've seen the protesters moving. It looked like a group of, I believe, LAPD officers were just moving into a new position. I'm not sure what they were moving towards, or you know, if it's a group, or if they're trying to get.
We have an obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers, even if Gavin Newsom will not. So that is the full post from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and it was Friday or Saturday that he said that Marines would be ready, and now, several days after that initial thought, it is coming to fruition, as due to this increased threat to federal law enforcement officers and federal buildings, approximately 700 active duty. So that is an increase from the 500 we were hearing earlier. So this is just a live picture right now, and this is potentially the location that these Marines are heading. And we're seeing California National Guard members protecting this building near the Alameda and Temple intersection. You can see police, local police, LAPD on the ground, as we also heard about this unlawful assembly being initiated by LAPD to hope these would disperse some of these protesters and demonstrators on the ground. So lots to just monitor here on Live Now from Fox as we're following it. Let's take you right now out to more comments, though, from different members, different officials in LA, including from the school district, talking about how this impacts them, impacts different schools. Let's listen into this as we monitor the other shots on Live Now.
Crowd and slammed on the brakes. That's where our Lori Perez was.
Right.
You know, I was also tagged in some social media video with
commitment. We recognize that fear and intimidation are tools currently being exercised and used in our community. I want to, however, say we remain unwavering in our commitment that our schools are safe, welcoming sites for all, where every single right is protected. And I want to be very clear to those who may seek to take actions that transcend our beliefs and our policies. We're not just talking about our schools. We're talking about our schools, places where kids wait for the buses, the bus itself. We're talking about sites where graduations are currently taking place. And I have to say, what a heartbreak. I've spoken with parents who've told me that their daughter would be the first in their family to graduate high school. And they're not going to be there to witness it because they have a fear of the place of graduation being targeted. What nation are we becoming? Who in their right mind would accept that reality? So I want to be reassuring to our community. Every single graduation site is a protected site. I have directed our own police force to redouble their efforts and establish perimeters of safety around graduation sites to intervene and interfere with any federal agency who may want to take action during these joyous times that we call graduation. Not on our watch. As I said earlier, every child has a constitutional right to a public education. Therefore, every child and their parent has a right to celebrate the culmination of their educational success. With that said, we ought to be careful and take the necessary steps. We are encouraging every parent in our community, particularly parents with fragile immigration status, to update in person at school, online via the parent portal, update the emergency contact information. If you cannot yourself go to your child's school in case of an emergency, to get your child or to drop off your child, empower someone who can. In addition to that, we are here with you 24/7. Our family hotline is active 24/7. It is 213-443-1300. If you have a question, a concern, a fear, please reach out to us. We have the appropriate resources to support you. We can direct your concern to free legal support to address your issue.
Unified School District talking about some of the immigration operations in that region.
In SkyCal, they were showing one of the CHP trucks pulling up a type of white trailer type item. I was wondering what that might be filled with, if they're just pulling out more gear to help in this. Yeah, that's that one right there.
See it right there, Mike?
With that white.
Yeah, little utility trailer there. Yeah, it's hard to tell what they've got back there. It may be shields. It may be more kind of less lethal munitions, tear gas, water, anything is optional. You'll notice, and Jack, you can double in on the windshields there. They've got markers on the windshields. So see the writing on each of the windshields? So that's how CHP is coordinating. Each of the cars has a different kind of marker, and that's how they're identifying which units they want where, how they're going to do this, who they report to. So everybody's got it clear. I mean, this is a very coordinated effort. Chief Jim McDonald was talking about last night. So Friday night, when Friday night's issue happened, you know, it was largely the federal agents that were dealing with things. Saturday morning, ICE put out a statement slamming the city of LA and slamming LAPD, saying it took LAPD 2 hours to respond to the federal government's request for help. Last night, Chief Jim McDonald wholly denied that and said it took us 38 minutes to respond. Also criticized the federal government, saying you didn't give us any notice that you were going to be here. We were not able to deploy and be ready for this situation. So we scrambled what we could within 38 minutes to come help you. He absolutely denied the accusation by ICE that it took LAPD 2 hours to respond to the location. And what they had to do is form what they call mobile field forces. So when you get crowds like this, they're not just going to send a patrol car with 2 officers in. They're going to form what are called mobile field forces, and that will bring however many group of officers they can get in and get them into a position very quickly. And that's what has to happen. That's how they have to act when they don't have pre-knowledge that something is going to happen. So that's what the chief was saying yesterday. As the days go on, they are becoming more and more prepared, more and more coordinated with outside agencies within their own agency. So we start to see this more kind of cohesive response from law enforcement as this continues.
Mike, earlier you were telling us the president of SEIU bailed out $50,000 bond there, and we're wondering with the people that are detained, do we know whether they're still detained?
So we don't. I mean, that's been one of the issues that we've had. So ICE on Saturday morning said, we arrested, I think it was Friday night, they said that they detained 44 people.
44, yeah.
David Huerta was number 45, but 44 for immigration issues. David Huerta was number 45. Then Saturday morning, ICE puts out a statement that says, these people were accused of a litany of what they call violent crimes. But ICE will never actually tell us who is accused of what. They always give us this kind of list of crimes that they say these people are alleged to have committed. We follow up with them and we say, which people are you accusing of which crimes? And we never get that answer back from them.
So unless we hear from the family, Mike, we have to assume that they're still in custody.
Right, we're attorneys. I mean, we spoke with that attorney member Thursday night, who said my client actually has an order of a stay order from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, but they detained him anyway. So it's just this kind of fluid thing. And the problem is if they're not, the people that they're detaining on immigration issues, they're not necessarily sending them to criminal court. So we can't follow that process through the criminal court system because they're not going through the criminal court system. They're going through the immigration court system, which makes it much harder for us to track.
Yeah, and a lot of those families are saying they don't know where their loved ones are. They're left in the dark. We want to go back to our Jasmine Beal, who is on the ground there near Alvarez Street, I believe, still where that crowd was growing. Jasmine, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Hi, Amy. So we have just kind of walked with this crowd. They've all came together now right in front of the Robert Young Federal Building. You can see the show of force there, or the National Guard troops that have been deployed here and federalized to protect these federal buildings. They are standing alongside the LAPD, I believe, in the riot gear, and this is where the groups have all come together because we were with one that marched up Los Angeles Street here. Cars are now stopped. A lot of people just getting dropped off or jumping out of the vehicles with signs and banners to join this crowd here on Los Angeles Street, right next to the Los Angeles Mall, which is across the street from LA City Hall. But again, this is a Robert Young building as we get a little bit closer here to show you as they are facing the officers in the riot gear, keeping them from moving any further into the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building, where, which was the whole focal point over the weekend, the fourth day of these protests that are happening. And we have seen protesters prepared, I guess they tell me, for the worst if they get hit with pepper spray. One girl had knee pads and elbow pads.
Out of DMV returns.
Good, how are you?
Ethiopian deal is given, checking address at 303 East 2nd Street in Los Angeles. Other address shows 8450 Highway of Pomona. Female, brown, over hazel, 5'3", 180 pounds. License status none issued. No FTAs to discuss.
I go up on the wall. These people with the big cameras know where to go.
48 firm on the Western Red.
I'm gonna head up that way and get the full overview if I can get up.
Howard Door, latching south of El Segundo, giving further.
According to many of them, they want ICE out completely. They want to see the National Guard leave, and now with the deployment of Marines, they're going to be adding that to their list of demands. Chief city leaders who have also said this is only escalating the tensions by having the National Guard here. So they want to protect immigrant rights. They tell me. Again, the military.
That way. Up on that next street, there's some people. Everyone's walking this way to the left.
Stolen items. Someone weapons. Someone makes this one Fresno wearing a black shirt and a white jeep. Informant is on co-op. Informant says DPs who broke into her house. Inside of the low tag is 181. Anything further?
All one, I'll remain in the area. Thank you.
We want to keep reminding folks that these groups of people that have gathered here, Jasmine was talking about how they've kind of merged together, making that group bigger. Right now, this is very peaceful. We hear the drums, we hear the chanting, but we have not seen any fighting breaking out. We have not seen anyone throwing any items. We haven't seen anything but peaceful protests happening right here at the Federal Building. And Mike Rogers at the Breaking News Desk. Mike, you were talking about those 700 Marines that were coming from 21 Palms and have a statement.
Just put out a statement saying, quote, the LAPD has not received any formal notification that the Marines will be arriving in Los Angeles. However, the possible arrival of federal military forces in Los Angeles, absent clear coordination, presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding the city. He says the Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to do so professionally and effectively. He goes on to say, that said, our top priority is the safety of both the public and the officers on the ground. We are urging open and continuous lines of communication between all agencies to prevent confusion, avoid escalation, and ensure a coordinated, lawful, and orderly response during this critical time. Again, that is LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell saying that.
Yeah, I just got up here, so give me 10 minutes. It's gonna take.
Is there a handling unit assigned to this? Sure, sir, you got that from 77 to 1. Section 22035 South Vermont Avenue, Vermont Healthcare. No patients sitting on employees, hitting, kicking, DP diagnosed with schizophrenia. Paranoia, fire staging, tag is 107.
Authorities have been way more aggressive than we are ever used to seeing.
Harry, you came in 10-113 in your traffic?
Disturbances in the wake of the George Floyd murder. It was nothing like that.
I'm sorry, that was a different conversation. Handling unit 77-1.
In our area until way later.
77-110.
At that point. They did have the National Guard.
Got it now. Okay, we're
not all on the same
page. I'm landing with the RP now. We're still trying to track it.
Well, and it really goes to the role. What is going to be the role of the Marines? Is it going to be the same as the role of the National Guard? Because despite what the president, posted on True Social, the National Guard has not left the steps of federal property. So if that's where they stay and they leave the crowd to local law enforcement, then that probably will work out. But if you have the National Guard and members of the Marines trying to come into the streets and deal with protesters, that certainly presents a whole different situation. And one more thing that the chief brought up last night was that now that the National Guard has been federalized, we don't have access to the National Guard because the governor is not in charge of them anymore. The president has taken over control of the National Guard, which means even if we wanted the National Guard to come help LAPD, the governor doesn't have that ability anymore because they have been federal.
So the California National Guard is now reporting to the federal government.
Correct, which does not happen, by the way. CBS News says alone the president has not taken over the National Guard without the consent of the governor since 1965. More recently, in 1992, the California National Guard tells me during the riots, the LA riots in 92, they were activated by the governor and then taken over by the president. But the president solely alone federalizing the California National Guard has not happened since 1965.
Wow.
Okay. We want to check in with our Jeff Nguyen. He is also on the ground here at this large protest that just seems to be growing by the minute. Jeff, we've seen some groups actually merge together in this area.
Yeah, so Amy and Juan, we are outside the federal building. It's right across the street from the Los Angeles Mall, and we are on some planters, so we are able to get a little bit higher and give you a better vantage point. As you can see, traffic is basically semi-flowing through one lane right now. There are a lot of folks here who are joining with the demonstration as they have stopped in one of the two lanes. And our process, the reason we know that is because David Huerta has been held at the federal detention center since Friday, and he was released on bond earlier this afternoon. So we heard from him that he and some other detainees were held
on domestic territory. There is no precedent for this, as you mentioned. There are rules of force, which is a modest difference between rules of engagement and rules of force, and the difference is beyond my pay grade. But as you mentioned, the National Guard here defending the federal property, they are armed, but those weapons are, we understand, empty. They are not loaded. I imagine and presume it'll be a similar situation with the Marines when they arrive. I think my presumption is this is all a show of force as opposed to anything else.
Handle 121, have one assist managed when 749 visual at Cape Bank.
Law enforcement has real responsibility to keep the peace. Our local law enforcement, LAPD, LA County Sheriff, California Highway Patrol, they have real responsibilities on their jurisdiction to keep the peace on city streets. The military, by all accounts, has no jurisdiction to engage in law enforcement activity on American streets. But it's complicated and it's unprecedented. So what we're going to see is going to be, something we haven't seen since the 1960s. And, we can only hope that things are as peaceful as we can imagine.
Absolutely. And to that point, we do have new reaction coming in from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell on this topic of the Marines coming in. Again, their arrival in the next 24 hours or so from the 29 Palms base. Chief Jim McDonnell saying the department has not been given any formal notification about the Marines being deployed. However, he says, quote, the possible arrival of federal military forces in LA, absent clear coordination, he says presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding our city. McDonnell says the LAPD, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations. The response from the LAPD, this is not something that they have asked for. McDonnell saying it is not something that is needed at this point.
Again, we've been saying this over and over, an unprecedented situation we are seeing unfold before us. Governor Gavin Newsom was very clear. LA Mayor Karen Bass was very clear. We heard from Jim McDonnell with the LAPD, and also Sheriff Luna all said we do not need 2,000 National Guard members to come into Los Angeles, and we definitely do not need the 700 Marines now coming from Pendleton. That, again, from local authorities who feel that they do have the resources to manage this situation. It is still a local situation. at least in their minds.
Yeah, it's difficult to balance everything that's happening right now between the federal authorities and local authorities working to keep Los Angeles safe. And Chris, to be fully transparent, we are coming up on our 4 p.m. newscast. Not sure if you're going to need to depart the area and refuel, but wanted to give you that opportunity, or if there's any final words, or if you're sticking with us right now on this extended coverage here on our ABC 7 Los Angeles streaming app.
Yeah, we're going to take off in a couple minutes and get some fuel and be here for the rest of the afternoon. One thing to add, we should tell everybody, is that the LAPD is now on tactical alert, citywide tactical alert. They have asked everybody, by the way, earlier this weekend to suspend their vacations and make themselves available for whatever is going to transpire. So we have all the resources that you can imagine available at the disposal of the LAPD. But to your point there about McDonald's statement there, you know, he really hits the nail on the head, because it's the inclusion of more federal militarized authorities that is going to create more escalation. It's not really meant to alleviate. They are here for one purpose, and we know what that is. Local law enforcement is really trying to mitigate that, to try and mitigate the political disaster from what's happening on our city streets. So it's also tenuous, and it's just something that we just are not used to seeing, at least in our city.
Yeah, indeed, Chris. And just for those who might just be joining us, point out exactly where this crowd is gathered. This is not Grand Park, right?
This is not Grand Park. A portion of this crowd did start the day over at Grand Park. City Hall is 1 block over. You can see City Hall right there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There were several protests earlier in the day, and now in the last hour and a half, all of those groups have converged on the steps of the federal building on the 700 block of Los Angeles Street right there. They are blocking at least the southbound side now. Earlier they were blocking the entire street, but it looks like some of that southbound, or I should say, they're blocking the northbound side. The southbound traffic is starting to squeeze through there, but the closest protesters are at the bottom of the steps there. At the top of the steps are the line of National Guard troops there. There's about seven steps between the protesters and those guardsmen, so about 8 or 9 feet distance at the front of the building between the protesters who are protesting peacefully and those guardsmen at the top of the steps. It's a little bit of a different situation here at the handicap ramp, because about a
situation is going, and it looks like it is a lot better.
Yeah, you know, I think, look, there are two stories to be told here, right? There are people who are demonstrating in earnest, and then there are people who we'll call agitators, who are a small section of...
I'm not gonna lie, I bet those guys would help me up there. I'm considering asking them.
American, and you are allowed to do this. Having said that, the mayor has touched on this, police chief McDonald has touched on this. It just takes a small group of people who come in and want to take this situation and take it in a different direction. You know, when they do that, when you see the chaos and destruction and the violence, it takes away from all of this.
That's right.
Which is the earnest message that people are trying to convey. So I think that, you know, we have to be responsible to not lump those two groups together, right? They are very different things. There are people who want to express how they feel about the use of the National Guard, how they feel about the use of federal agents going into businesses and serving warrants. You know, the thing is that although the U.S. Attorney says that these warrants were signed off by a judge and they were able to serve these warrants, critics of the federal government also want to see copies of that as well. So I think that's why there is so much stirred up emotion on you know, on the sides of people who are criticizing what the White House is doing or what this current administration is doing. Guys?
All right, Jeff Nguyen reporting live for us there on the ground. Also nearby is our Jasmine Veal And we want to check back in with Jasmine. Jasmine, we understand that you have someone with you now that we're going to hear from.
Yeah, we have some young women. They have been out here with the group protesting all day today, actually, and now they're ready to leave. I want to talk to Bella first, 22 years old. But Bella, you're trying to kind of get out of here at this point because you're just worried about what?
I don't know. It's kind of starting to get a little hectic. The crowds are getting bigger. We were here earlier when it was like a smaller group, and I think we're just ready to go home. But all the train stations are closed. We took the metro here, and the little Tokyo station's closed, Union Station's closed, and we're trying to get to Chinatown over there, but these streets are closed off. So we're trying to figure out how to get home.
More difficult than you expected with so many people now arriving, and we saw two kind of groups of protesters merge into one in front of the federal building here at U.S. Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Enforcement. But Bella, you were telling me, being out here for hours today, how were things, the mood?
I feel like it's been a peaceful protest, and I feel like that's not really what's getting shown. I feel like everybody's just seeing the fires and, people throwing stuff, but there's been a lot of people marching around peacefully with their signs, respectfully, voicing their opinion, out here for human rights, yeah.
And you saw what happened over the weekend, though, where things did escalate, and there was some damage. Waymos burned just down Los Angeles Street here. Yeah. A lot of graffiti. What do you say to that?
I don't know. I don't think, it's not great. But I feel like people are, using their right to speak their opinion and voice their truth. But I think there's been a lot of destruction that hopefully, could have been avoided. But I get people are really upset, and there's, high tensions going on with the situation.
So what was the message, the overall message that you want to get out to the administration, to city, county, state leaders?
I feel like we need to know, this is a basic human right issue. We don't need to be separating families. I feel like there's much more pressing things going on out there that need attention. I don't think the National Guard is really needed out here. I feel like this looks very provoking. I don't know. I just think we need to reunite these families, and what's being done is really messed up, and it needs to change.
But you're ready to go with your best friend here. You've been out here as well with Bella. What's your name?
I'm Ashley.
Hi, Ashley. You have a sign, Abolish ICE.
Yeah.
These are CHP officers behind you guys holding the line here, the on and off ramps of the 101 freeway, not wanting to see what happened on Sunday and over the weekend where the freeway had to shut down, essentially. We have National Guard troops in front of us, kind of mixed in here. What are your thoughts, though? Overall, how did the day go for you?
I mean, the day, like Bella said, it was a really peaceful protest. We were first down at Grand, and there was a big crowd, a lot of speakers. And, over here, the crowd's getting larger, but it's remained peaceful. Nobody's throwing anything. Nobody's, people are just exercising their freedom of speech and marching.
Seen folks show up in gas masks, though. I mean, some have come prepared with bandanas, and they have knee pads on.
Military experts are raising concerns about this escalation in force. Details on the unprecedented move next at 4.
And they're not saying much. We've asked a couple, where do we go? They have a lot of the train stations blocked. It's difficult. You can't really call an Uber because Ubers can't get in. So, yeah, it's a lot.
It is difficult. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Bella, for the time. Good luck getting home and be safe. We have just seen a bunch of cars get stuck here in a traffic jam, and people just jumping out with signs. We're not even sure how they were able to get through here because we too are stuck behind these barriers and the blockades, and you can't get off the freeway. So they've really had to take the long route to get around. And that's what we also heard. I was talking to a mom, again, Jamie Klein, who was here yesterday, and the metro was also shut down as she and her husband tried to get back home when things began to escalate.
So what appears to be happening is that a man with an American flag, appears to be a Donald Trump supporter, came into this crowd of demonstrators.
With friends. Yesterday, families were out walking around, I was told. Kids with their parents. Amy, Juan?
All right, Jasmine, thank you very much. And we'd like to welcome in our viewers here at 4 o'clock. This is KCAL News at 4 o'clock. And we begin with breaking news here at 4. As you see here, a crowd of protesters gathering once again in downtown LA for the 4th consecutive day.
Yes, SkyCal is overhead, and assignment editor Mike Rogers is monitoring from the desk. And Mike, they have been peaceful so far, but we're starting to see these crowds really grow.
Shuffling and moving around, Mike.
Yeah, and it looks like there was a bit of a fight between themselves. We saw just a couple minutes ago while Jasmine was talking, one person kind of get into a clash with another person, and then all of a sudden we are starting to see this group kind of run a little bit. So I'm not sure exactly what they're running from. Law enforcement has not moved in here at all. So they're there. I mean, we've got the National Guard that has been on the steps of the federal building. LAPD, CHP are certainly in the area, but nobody has actually pushed the crowd or done anything like that. So I can't exactly tell why the crowd decided to start just kind of taking off. Is it because they're fighting? Yeah, so that's the guy. Okay, so the guy there on the left, the bald guy that is being hit, I don't know if he's an agitator or exactly what happened, but whoever he is, the crowd is not fond of him. And that was the same guy that they were just kind of fighting with earlier. And now, for whatever reason, it's pushed over to this area here at Temple and Judge John Aiso Street. And it looks like they've got him pushed up against that kind of guard shack or that parking shack there. And I can't tell, but it looks like he's bleeding. He's bleeding from the head
from
now.
the ear or
They're
something.
throwing things at him. We've seen people punch him. So I don't know exactly what's going on. You know, this happened once or twice yesterday too, where the crowd kind of fought amongst themselves, but really not. Yeah.
No, we're seeing them with these flag poles, and we know that those poles can certainly be used as weapons.
Yeah.
It looks like some of the folks there are trying to protect that man. He seems to be trying to get away from the crowd, but there are some that seem to continue to go after him.
And Mike, in this ramp, where does this ramp
I believe
lead
this is a
into?
courthouse. Judge John Aiso, let me just go look here on my map. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of indicative of what's going on. You've got a group of people that wants this to remain peaceful, and you see that group of people trying to stop this fighting from happening. And then as we lose the chopper picture here for just a second, you've got the other group that is not interested in stopping it. They just kind of want it to keep going, and it's unclear exactly why they're upset with this person. That is, ironically, that is the ramp to the LAPD Metropolitan Jail that they are going up. So I'm sure LAPD will have to come out and deal with them if they go much further up their ramp there. But that is a police facility that they are now kind of crowded on here in this area. So that's kind of what they're looking at right now. So unclear exactly what prompted all this and what started all of this. But this is...
is that the guy, Mike, that we see right there, the one who was hit?
Yeah, and he's got, I can't tell if that's an Adidas shirt or what it is, but yeah, that's the guy that was hit. He is bleeding from the head. It looks like they maybe have separated him enough from the group of people that were trying to go after him, so it's unclear exactly what they were doing that for. But yeah, hopefully they'll have to treat that head wound. He was bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, we saw it kind of like this fight started like on Los Angeles Street, and they went around the building, and then this is kind of like where they've ended up.
Yeah, right in front of the courthouse. So yeah, and again, you've got this group of people that obviously doesn't want this violence, and here's LAPD. So that's an LAPD sergeant that is now, obviously because they're at an LAPD facility. So now they're going to try to get this situated. LAPD will probably call an RA, a rescue ambulance, for that man to at least get treated. So
yeah, it's interesting though, Mike, how this crowd is not backing up.
There we go.
Boy. Yeah, I was just saying that
was a clash
officer is trying to get this person away from this crowd, and the crowd just seems to be taunting them and not backing off. And now we've seen the officer actually swing at this crowd. We see that the baton's out.
Less lethal.
Less lethal as well.
What they need to do is get this guy out of the area. Mike, if this is the problem and he's the, what's creating this problem, they should have him, just leave as quickly as they can.
And get him out of there. And those officers, there's not enough officers. There's, you got what, 4 officers there that are trying to deal, and excuse us while we're moving out of the way of this building here, but you got 4 officers there that are trying to, tend to this guy and figure out how injured he is, and, figure out also why this is happening. Okay, here's a couple more police cars. So yeah, you're right, Juan. They do need to get him out of there, or at least whoever is really intent on going after that guy. They
diffuse
need to
the situation,
take that guy into custody or do something here.
We have been talking about how peaceful the protests have been. We hadn't seen much going on besides, the drums and the people chanting, and now we've seen this man here in this looks like a gray or olive-colored hoodie, the Adidas hoodie. We did see that he was bleeding.
Now it looks like he's giving a press conference.
Well,
I
it
mean,
looks
you've
like
got-
the officer is kind of tapping him on
Yeah.
the shoulder, like, "Hey, buddy, like, keep it quiet here. Just let's
He's
calm
got
things
all
down."
those
right?
cameras pointed at him now, though.
Yeah, and we don't know what started this in the first place, what he was saying or what was happening that turned some of these people against him.
Yeah.
We do know that they were throwing water bottles at him. People were taking swings at him. And we don't know who he is or why they have turned on him, but we definitely saw him get chased to this area. And now we've got a handful of officers that are trying to surround him and keep this crowd away from him.
We got 5 officers, Mike, right? Do you see 5 officers like kind of keeping
you
the
got
crowd away from him right now?
2 patrol cars there with, probably should be 5 officers. It's kind of hard to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4, maybe 5.
Yeah.
But, what's hard too also is so much of the crowd is wearing black, which is the same color that, I guess LAPD is technically a dark navy blue. But, the colors get similar and it gets difficult to see. But you see those, 5 officers, Juan, you're right, with shields kind of blocking this guy. But what's the plan? I mean, they got to get him out of there.
Many of them have their phones lifted up, recording this person. We still don't know who he is.
Right.
We do want to, switch gears a little bit here and go to our Jasmineville, who is also on the ground. We've been checking in with her. Jasmine, we've seen our first little bit of a skirmish here with some folks. And officers have tried to protect someone. We don't know who this man is, but some of the other protesters seem to have turned on him, throwing water bottles. A couple of people have hit him. And we're trying to get an idea of what things are looking like in your area now.
Yeah, I mean, it's remaining peaceful, at least on this side, but, it's hot. People have been handing out water. Things can escalate pretty quickly if you get one group or someone upset at someone else. People have been being dropped off. Some of them, showing up dressed fully in their own type of riot gear, appearing to look like they are prepared for anything, right? With gas masks, with knee pads on, with gloves on, with masks on. And then you have others out here, moms and sisters and brothers who just are holding signs and banners, wanting to just get the message out that they want to put an end, they say, to deportation. They want ICE out of here. They say they want the National Guard out of here. But the CHP, the LAPD, and that riot gear holding the line here on the street in front of the buildings. And many have been telling me that they need more peaceful bodies out here, not the violence, and described how things really escalated on Sunday. Take a look. On South Broadway, cleaning crews painting over graffiti Monday that lined several blocks in downtown LA. Making repairs to buildings with smashed glass along Los Angeles Street. And tow trucks removing burned Waymo cars hours after protests escalated into violence and destruction Sunday night.
It was mayhem.
What was that?
Alicia DeQuina lives in downtown and says the actions of a few overshadow the main message of protesters who had gathered to rally against the multiple immigration operations that took place across LA since Friday.
There's the few that just used it as an opportunity, and then there's the ones that do it peacefully, but they still got hurt. 13-year-old girl got hit in the mouth yesterday with one of those things.
Jamie Klein, a mother, and her husband decided to join hundreds rallying Sunday outside City Hall. She says it was well organized and peaceful as families with kids started to march to the federal building on Alameda.
They were handing out waters. They were telling people, make sure you have a phone number in case you get arrested, but to write it on your arm or on your clothing.
She says when the LAPD showed up in riot gear alongside the National Guard, that's when things took a turn as they pushed back the crowd.
That's when they started shooting the pepper spray at people. There was no longer going in the air. It was hitting people. deliberately.
The LAPD says it made 31 arrests over the weekend with charges ranging from assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer.
It started because of the events in Los Angeles in solidarity with the protests that took place out there across the weekend, where thousands of people were protesting ICE raids and President Trump's immigration policies. However, this started about 3 p.m. with people on the left side of the street. Then about an hour later, we saw the opposing come to the other side of the street. They are in support of President Trump's immigration policies, and it did get heated at times. I want to show you some of the crowd out here. And again, this is all after the raids in Los Angeles, where they say the region has been affected by laid off workers, day laborers, restaurants, and hundreds of businesses affected by these immigration policies. Now, Tampa residents are coming out to support LA and opposing these raids. The Facebook page for this event today in downtown Tampa said, quote, "Families are being torn apart, homes raided, communities terrorized. We will not stay silent while ICE targets immigrants." Now, at one point, the two groups did get into a screaming match. It thankfully calmed down very quickly in what seemed like a calm conversation between two outspoken men. We spoke with both sides earlier today.
I know.
Now, thankfully, this protest has stayed nonviolent, although there have been harsh words thrown around between the two crowds. Lots of honking and screaming, as you probably hear behind me from cars passing by. We know this is such a polarizing topic in the U.S., so you can imagine that tensions have been quite high out here today. A lot of passionate people on both sides of the street. And again, luckily, it has remained nonviolent. But I was speaking with one demonstrator who tells me they just feel better leaving this, that they see people who care, that they're making their message heard, whatever that may be, and that they're out here with people in their community that might be like-minded to them. So they're just hoping to get their message across today, similar to what they're doing out in Los Angeles. Guys.
especially as we approach rush hour traffic. Now, they're not closing the freeway as far as I know when I left there. Keep in mind, a lot of people continued coming to work. I mean, courts were open. People had to come to court and do what they had to do, and they were able to do that. But in terms of the businesses, for example, a lot of them did not open. Not even, I stopped at the cathedral, even their gift shop closed down. I mean, nothing around this area was open. So traffic coming in was a lot lighter. So you're not going to have probably, hopefully, the kind of traffic you would have on a Monday afternoon at rush hour. And that might help the situation, because honestly, you know, you don't want people caught in this situation, which is why I'm saying don't drive in here if you don't have to. A lot of people try to leave early. A lot of people were trying to just get out of the way in expectation of what's going to happen today, because I think there is a sense that after the last 3 days and all the politics involved with this, that today is the day where LAPD and the local law enforcement is going to have to prove that they can keep things under control. The whole country's watching us. The whole world is watching us. I am getting text messages from people everywhere. They have this image that all of LA is burning or something. Right. It is not. Obviously, these are very specific areas that are affected, but they're watching. And what Trump is claiming is that this is all out of control. So it behooves LAPD, CHP, and the local law enforcement to show it isn't. And that's very important today, because today is the day that after the weekend people are watching and saying what's going on. And everybody's very conscious of that.
Yeah, and that's interesting, Christina, because we had LA Mayor Karen Bass on with us last night live at our 10 o'clock news, and she made that very point that the protesters, if you're really, really interested in sending a message to the Trump administration that their immigration policy is bad, the absolute last thing that you should be doing is violence, because all that does is feed into the narrative that our immigration system is out of control, even though some of those people aren't even immigrants that are doing it. And it feeds into his narrative that you need the National Guard and you need all this lawlessness, and that's something they don't think is true. So the way to disprove that is to show that there is law and order in the streets of Southern California. That was her plea to people, and we'll see if they listen to that today.
Yeah, I mean, I will say every leader in the rallies, there was a big message going out telling people, listen, we know this is hard, but stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. Don't let them paint us as to what we're not. And that has been a big push today. And we're seeing it, and we'll see what happens, because honestly, the majority of these crowds are not involved in the things that you see. They really are not. And at least not from my perspective. That's not what I have seen. Yes, I have seen troublemakers, and I have seen also really angry people get in trouble. But again, that's not the majority of these people. But right now, this is a very important moment in history that we are looking at for many reasons. Look, how many riots, how many insurrections have I covered in the last 40 years in Los Angeles? And I dare say, yes, we don't have what happened 92, 93, where so many people died, thank God, and half the city was burning down. But this image right now that is going out is very important. We did not have social media back then. The world is watching everything that is done here. And they know that. So they know they need to put that out there. The question is, will they be able to when the tempers get hot? And it happens. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see and step back and hopefully, you know, people listen. And if things happen, it's nothing major, because the worst thing that could happen with this, beyond anything, is that anybody gets hurt.
Right.
On either side. Nobody. Everybody wants to go home at the end of the day. We're all human beings. Those officers there, we are, you know?
We're looking right now at the very part of the freeway that was shut down yesterday, where those CHP cars were stuck. One was burned. Now you have this staging here of law enforcement officers right there. And that wider shot, you could see they were actually on top of that overpass where the crowd had gathered. People throwing those rocks and scooters down onto law enforcement vehicles. So right now you're looking at the 101 freeway, wide open to traffic, wide open to Angelenos, and law enforcement really is occupying that part of the overpass where protesters were so violent yesterday. And there you see that crowd there of protesters, a much, much smaller group yesterday, but also, Christina,
It's the work day, too.
It's a work day, correct. But also the different picture is those National Guards people there that are in front of the crowd. And you can see the woman in a white there in the very, very front trying to talk at them or with them. And one of the members of the National Guard was talking back with some of them in the front.
The point, Christina, I think you made about social media is such an interesting point because, you know, the news has been accused of the phrase, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. Basically, we oftentimes will see the most sensationalistic.
And as you look on your screen right now, R is showing you more LAPD officers arriving here. This is not far from the Metropolitan Station. For those of us of a certain generation who grew up in LA, if you look at where those barbed wires are and where the overgrown grass is, you may remember this area. Once upon a time was where Parker Center was. In fact, you know, that gate to the right of us, we're not going to show it because there's a lot of profanity. But if you remember way back when O.J. Simpson surrendered to LAPD after that long speed pursuit, that's where he surrendered, and that's where KCAL had its famous shot of O.J. walking out. So not far from Little Tokyo right now. But basically, I am not privy to LAPD strategy at all. I can only tell you empirically what I am seeing. So you have Temple right here. You have all of these LAPD officers deployed. Earlier, we showed you in front of the federal courthouse where you saw a number of National Guard members at the front door, as well as CHP. And then we also showed you right by the 101 freeway where LAPD had lined up as well. So in terms of operational tactics, I don't know that, but what I can tell you is that right now, traffic around the federal building is somewhat restricted because here on Temple, no one can go up and down Temple. In fact, earlier cars were asked to turn around. There were some people earlier who were exchanging words, I'll put it politely, with LAPD, but those folks have since gone. We do see a couple of legal monitors out here as well in the green hats. So their job is to make sure that people's civil rights are protected. You know, protecting people's civil rights, whether you agree with it or not, is something that has been, you know, at the forefront of the leadership for LAPD since May Day of 2007. So right now, things are pretty static right now, and we'll send it right back to you. Thank you.
All right, Jeff Nguyen reporting live for us. We see lots of sunshine out there over the crowd, and we want to check in with our meteorologist.
That's right. Meteorologist Olga Ospina here now with the heat that we're experiencing right now, and it's going to get even warmer, right, Olga?
Yes, temperatures in the 90s. I even have 100s tomorrow for some areas. Take a look at Long Beach. We started the day very gray, and even into this afternoon, Long Beach wasn't seeing much sunshine. Finally, the sun is out there. Still cool, though, 69 degrees currently there. But as we take a look at our satellite radar, want to show you the last 6 hours. So early this morning, we were seeing quite a bit of cloud cover.
That's a paddy wagon, I think.
Oh, they're almost here, too.
Who's they?
Bill and Lexi and their team.
To do what?
Illusion.
What are they
I
gonna
guess
do?
they're probably going to do this here.
Oh, okay. Are they going to take over?
I don't know.
Keep an eye out on, see this is, so people, what they'll do is they'll run up real quick and spray paint your lens, so you can't do your job. So people like this girl here with her sprayer on, she's running around tagging shit and stuff. Literally everybody who looks like that is the ones causing problems.
Yeah.
Hey, look at all the little scooter boys. I don't know where there is. You gotta yell, I can't do this. Huh? Look who's coming our way. Look right behind us. This kind of shit. See these guys walking down the street right at us?
Yeah.
That's what's gonna cause problems. You
Yeah.
guys ready for this?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
See the guys behind me?
Yeah, I do.
Watch their asses. We're just skateboarding.
Yeah.
You know what they use skateboards for, right? Busting windows out and shit. They all have backpacks. that seem rather foolish. Yeah, this is going to, as soon as the sun goes down. Oh yeah, no, this is going to turn into a fucking war. This is going to turn into a war. This is going to turn into a war zone in about an hour. Or if not, the way this place sun comes in. See all the little funky dudes coming in?
That kid is 5 now. That picture is ridiculous, like usual.
Yeah, that was a good call getting off that roof because we were trapped there. I'm like, yeah.
Especially with all that water coming. It's going to be real quick.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, too,
This is not the way to promote a cause like immigrant rights.
Well, she then sent a tweet which reads in part, as a united city, we are demanding the end to these lawless attacks on our communities. Los Angeles will always stand with everyone who call our city home.
Well, the state is suing the Trump administration, accusing the president of abusing federal authority and escalating civil unrest right here.
What we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and most importantly, unlawful order.
Governor Newsom maintains state authorities are equipped to manage protests, while President Trump says deploying the National Guard was necessary to restore law and order. Bonta says he is suing the Trump administration for trampling state sovereignty, accusing the White House of abusing federal authority. He says the state will ask for a restraining order to halt the deployment.
Serving up help.
Yeah, how a local restaurant came to the rescue of injured deputies and protesters when immigration raid.
We gotta do this call now, right now. Where's it going? It's like heading up the road.
Or it's like Grand Park where we were. He might be circling around.
Or maybe there's more bad shit happening.
It's peaceful right now. These people didn't do it. He desperadoing.
No one's looking at CIC. No one's on the corresponding place to Fort Frank, Henry 830. That's current July of this year. Returning to 95 Honda, local RO of Evan Perez, 6041 North Side, here in Los Angeles. If needed, Joe. Just one of us.
That line's moving again on the right.
Oh yeah, it's getting shoved. I see it.
That's where he's at.
Oh, hey, they're running. Hold on. We got shit going on. Where are they running? Tell me where. Where are they? People getting pushed out of the corner there?
I know they just evacuated out of that area though.
Yeah. Yeah, see, look what's coming behind me. See this?
240, I'll be 90 roadway clear. If we're going to be on the right shoulder for regular contrast pickup.
8200, I'll show you 98 roadway clear. To reach on the right shoulder for regular round cover.
Okay, so that's a water bottle.
They just brought like 7 pieces of half bottles.
It's not fair that my people are suffering because Trump
1081 Eastern Atlantic has silver cheetah wrap 4 and your police test on the both on the right shoulder. Alright, Says 4 QT, my D.
Just making sure it shots up. I've kept it up the whole time. It should be fine, but
Guards, and then they all lifted their guns, so I was like, oh God. Why are they all running now?
Mike?
Yeah, just a couple seconds ago, I was keeping an eye on something spooked the crowd. And I went back and kind of played back the recording here. It looks like the National Guard, all in a line, took a step forward towards the crowd. John's gonna, if you can, John, double in on that guy with the less than lethal. It looks like a pepper ball gun, maybe right there.
It's yellow, right?
Yeah, the yellow one. And so he moved forward, and that was being pointed at the protesters. So I don't know if that spooked them. There was, not that I could tell, at least from this angle, any rhyme or reason as to why the National Guard decided they wanted to advance, again, literally one step forward, but it was enough that it spooked the crowd. They kind of backed off a little bit, but now they're all kind of back right where they were. So I don't know if the National Guard has any plans to advance further on the crowd, or exactly kind of what the game plan is here. And John telling me the guy with less than lethal is a federal agent. So again, right here, the federal building, this is a mix of California National Guard as well as federal agencies. This is not local law enforcement. This is not LAPD. This is not the Sheriff's Department. This is federal government, the California National Guard that has been federalized, as well as federal law enforcement agents. And the crowd moved back up after that step forward, but certainly spooked
and you
them.
see it on their shields, Mike. It says California National Guard. And I think what may have happened was they stepped forward because I think the protesters may have gone up maybe one of the steps there of the building there. So maybe they were shortening the space that they had between them, and that's why they stepped forward to keep just a distance between. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I also want to point out, while we're looking at it, you'll notice that none of the California National Guardsmen have weapons, have guns. So in the days prior, we'd seen them, I believe we'd seen them with rifles or long guns here. That's not the case. Certainly the federal agents had that. But you look at here, all these National Guardsmen are only holding shields. You see, lack of a better term, billy clubs in their hands. And then you see the colored weapons here, which would be the less than lethal, the red handles, the yellow handles, the pepper balls, those kinds of things. So that is a difference from what we saw Friday night when the FBI, ATF, DEA, when those guys were involved. They were certainly heavily armed, but none of the National Guard, John was telling me, are armed. They all appear to have, or not all of them, but a few of them have less than lethal. You saw the two with the red there on the end. And then the federal law enforcement, which it's hard to tell if it's DHS or exactly who it is, they've got the yellow less than lethal, which appear to me to be pepper balls.
And we've certainly been keeping a very close eye on this situation all around downtown, but we also want to show our viewers what's going on in Santa Ana, where there's been a protest going on there as well.
It's going to Michelle Julie there live, Michelle.
This protest has been going on for the past couple of hours. It is on Santa Ana Boulevard and Flower Street, and there are lots of people with signs here, people in cars waving flags, honking horns. This specifically is the federal building complex, and the address where this protest is taking place, when we looked on the map, it says it is the Citizenship and Immigration Service office. I do know that there's a Sally Port here where cars go in, federal officials in other cases, and bring defendants. So perhaps there is a holding facility behind us here. Now, I spoke to Santa Ana police, and they tell me they're not involved in any of this. Santa Ana, of course, is a sanctuary city. The police in Santa Ana do not take part in any sort of immigration actions. but Santa Ana police confirmed that ICE was present in the city earlier today between 10 and 12 p.m., that is, 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. This is based on social media reports and video that lots of different immigrants' rights groups have been posting. And what they were showing was agents, federal agents, or what appear to be ICE agents going to Home Depot, a couple of Home Depots, as well as Carl's Jr., and it looked as though they were detaining people. So shortly after that, this protest broke out here in Santa Ana, again at the federal complex. Now, Santa Ana police, they are not here. We don't see any law enforcement here, as a matter of fact. Santa Ana police tell me that they are monitoring this situation, and they say that as long as it remains peaceful, they will not get involved. If it turns violent, then Santa Ana police will certainly show up. Just for context, we're right across the street from the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the main jail, Central Jail. Santa Ana police is about a block from that. I can't confirm at this point whether anyone was arrested, whether anyone suspected to be undocumented was taken into custody. But as I indicated, there's lots of video floating around today indicating that there have been ICE raids in Santa Ana. So far, things here are peaceful. This is what's been going on for the past few hours. They're noisy. They're blocking the entrance to that sally port there, where federal officials do come and go. I understand from a couple people in the crowd that earlier, when a car, we believe it was a federal official, tried to get in and people blocked the entrance, there was some sort of issue, and that maybe someone was sprayed with something, but we haven't been able to confirm that. And when I talked to Santa Ana police, they couldn't confirm it either. So this is what we're seeing here again at the federal building complex right in downtown Santa Ana. And I also understand that there is a planned protest not far from here that begins at 5 o'clock. That's at Sasser Park, close to the area where we're standing. So it could be that this protest moves on shortly. And as I'm looking up in the air here, we now see a helicopter flying over. Unclear what agency that chopper is linked to, but it may be monitoring the situation to provide intelligence for local law enforcement so they can keep an eye on what's going on. So we'll toss it back to you guys, but for now it's peaceful. And as I said, there's a 5 o'clock protest that these folks may join in on, and that's not far from here in the downtown area.
All right, Michelle, we'll check back in with you a little later. Thank you. Well, the president of California's Service Employees International Union out of ICE custody. David Huerta was detained on Friday while protesting downtown and then released this afternoon on a $50,000 bond.
We need to make sure that we fight for the most vulnerable amongst us. And I don't know what journey, I don't know what they have in store for me. I imagine at this point in time, I am there. They're going to put me as their example of what happened. But I'm prepared to take on that journey, and I'm prepared to face.
I'm sorry, could you 10-9?
Huerta had his first court appearance today. He's scheduled to be arraigned
24 boys,
on
could you 10-9 to plate, please?
And we continue to follow the breaking news here. Growing protests against the recent immigration crackdown.
290 George, 93 Nevada.
Here we go. Here we go. This is the spot. This is the shot right here.
One minor from 445 North Manic. Easily station North, look at us 1537.
you're doing this and what you're seeing here.
I see that we're documenting what the struggle of the people are and what people are facing through decades of, what is it, dehumanization in the sense of way. And I feel like it's understanding each other as people. Seeing this is empowering and it's good. To get seeing the both sides and see how this area of Los Angeles, how people come all over Orange County, San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and they come to one area to support. And now you don't only see one race of people, you see blacks, you see whites, and that's what's beautiful. And what I think is really important.
Why do you think I'm over here and not there?
Everybody's here for the wrong reason.
600 hours.
It's going to be much more like it.
Call me right now so I can save your number.
All right, yeah. Hey guys, you're back. Andy, great.
Here and what it is and
we're close to getting that match. All these cars are so
The back cars, back in front.
Yeah. Like leaving back.
It's 420, 29. Go ahead. 74 northbound, 710 north Salon Road, code 427 of Adam, 8246673.
Like you said, everyone's just pulling more and more people pouring in as soon as all these tagger crews are just tagging shit out of stuff. You see them all on the wall and stuff. See, there's the point now they're not even saying your problem is. They're not even saying fuck guys. Oh, no, of course. There goes our shitty car.
Object 263 out of handle 14 business 390, 3305, Inlet Building Storage. Red flag for Black City, Black sweatband, outside the front of the office. Stated he saw the third party drinking alcohol and has a metal bar near him. Third party people leave the property, text 232.
Look, there's someone juggling, a clown.
Yeah, there you go.
How many donuts did that guy do? Two. Two not good ones. So do you know if the Marines showed up?
Allegedly. We haven't seen them.
Not here, right?
227 for that 27 last today both metal yeah. That is valid. Stand by on you.
Get on the front one. Yeah, I don't like this. That's a good place here now.
Not too dangerous yet.
I know.
It's some good footage too.
Yeah.
Hey, Andy, something will have happened.
Oh, yeah.
No, like within the next 5 minutes.
No, we're close.
I hear it, I see it, taste it.
Yeah, I keep feeling it just getting a little, the pressure's getting a little bit more. All it takes is pop, 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 or someone to put something. And that's like I said, the only people who are here.
Some matter probably come on and you're responding to the all of that.
Close, I feel it. Yeah, there's a friend that almost caused the last one.
Yeah, he can't really.
Okay, 2 Adam, 1097, 990, alternate the Walmart.
See, what's concerning is they thinned out that fucking set right there. They took out all the golf
return. It says record doubled, and then it has a different GL number of yellow 845-954. Is that party I give you? And it's a flat.
I mean, I think she's trying to drop fucking diffuse any tear gas.
And any return of the 29
back. Go this way, thanks. Hit each other or something.
We're 93 Ocean with the Hummer 93 Adam 93 no one is all right here. Right, Black City, Black Shorts, you drop these on top of you.
All it takes is a spark like that.
Oh, that's really cool.
Smart idea.
It's weird that we're professional agitator.
Yeah. AC-22 for 20,000 to address when you're ready.
Keep an eye out. See you right here.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Take the station 162 Adam doesn't step forward the most sorry again.
That's okay, that's okay. I don't feel bad. I mean, I don't think I'm Thank you, it's okay.
Looks like it's a station type of area, but the one that's still in active operation is under.
Look at the guy juggling.
Violence, California,
That's a good shot.
from Huerta on the MDC.
Oh, we got another car. Car's back. Car's back. Yeah, same one. No, that Dodge, gray Dodge. Going into the intersection. Coming right at us. He'll run over someone at one point. See him? Here he comes.
62 and 2 response to 3.
See him?
I like it. Hey, watch out in the intersection.
What? Yeah, that's our dudes. Rolling this shit. That's just a matter of time. Here we go. Somebody at home's watching their car going, that's my car.
And 2 male black 20 for clearing out shelves and filling up the cart with items. If you're still on the low, informant. If concerned GPs are not going to pay, tag is 170. Home Adam Handle 242 just occurred, 14 Juvies, 43850, 23 East Prospect Avenue, Kelly. Approximately 12 Juvies near the pool, arguing with the security and manager. No to the unknown description.
Here we go.
Sit in management base. Ongoing issue with Juvies, tag 170. Zero, Ranger X-ray, 100-40954. Are you on the top? Drive. You can list in a blue Kia optimal side of 8 Lincoln, David, 069.
I don't think he can. It sounds like a V6. It's not a V8. I don't know. This guy's like, I'm out of here. Stick around, bro. Yeah, that's true. It's not like they're going to give you a ticket. I remember this guy, remember? The same people that are on games are now here. Here's our dude. David, that's crazy, friend. I don't trust him with the flag at all. Oh no, there's someone's getting killed. Just getting ran over by a car right in front of us. That's a media guy. We parked in front of him last. You see the guy with the blazer or whatever? We parked in front of him the other day. He's like, just get me out of here.
Is there any that's less than 2? What did you come up camp? What was your ETA? Also in 2.
See, they're all live streaming from their phone, like, hey, check me out.
46 Tom 1 days and 46 King 2 days for your desk. You are the 2 units responding code 3.
How's business?
Okay.
Yeah, just okay?
Yeah, just be killing it. I know. I'm doing pretty good, you know?
Is everyone being cool?
Well, you got that crowd. It's not everybody.
Nine, the police is Cal license 63940. Point us up in the 480, just turn you can circle us, you want on the 910.
Us, because everybody, but still, we're not doing this shit. Trust me, if we have another man, I'm older, I'm 45, you know? So I tell you something better.
262 is going close to something.
I tell them, they don't protest.
Point 10, 10, 4, you're here, 2, we're going to Lakewood 131 Stampede 5902 are for a TC that you all do not go forward and then 91 underpass.
You got it.
Southbound 710 for Brown Dog, medium size, walking in 46 King 2 days, code 6 for the 99.
Back in the days when we didn't want it so much.
What 30 Stanley on the main frequency, was that for SCC? Step for Voyager 28. 4909398. Copy 90939. Have a return on that. For 1185 or I will go with 4. For 11185. 500, moving 97. 597, 1210. James 121 Adam 4 is advised code 4 on Temple Street or 9 B, code 4 on Temple Street. Click. Frequency clear. David Anaswar 4577. Leon is 3. No 42. Cardiac arrest. Taxi 254. Unit 371. Then respond to 3. 27 out of also and 1 respond to 3. 27 out of 1. 7-4 is responding to 3 to industry to HOJ for mobile field activation. Are you the only unit?
Saying, I was just informed President Trump is deploying another 2,000 National Guard troops to LA. The first 2,000 given no food or water. Only approximately 300 are deployed. The rest are sitting unused in federal buildings with orders. So following this one very closely. So rest sitting in those. This isn't about public safety. This is about stoking a dangerous president's ego. This is reckless, pointless, and disrespectful to our troops. You can also see this here on Live Now from Fox. Not exactly sure what that is, a communication device on the back end of a police vehicle, as this is day number 4 of protests of anti-ICE demonstrators protesting in Southern California. We're also looking this on the ground right now, flags and vehicles. Not sure what's in some of those boxes, and that potentially is concerning for law enforcement right now. Vehicles coming into the region, so unsure what this is. Let's just listen in briefly here on Live Now from Fox, or actually let's take you out to our Fox 11 team. As I believe that's actually water being handed out to individuals right now, to different people protesting right now, so nothing sinister at first glance. So let's dive back into our Fox 11 team as they're detailing it from the ground there in Southern California.
We saw this intersection, like I said, there's no local police who've been seeing the burnouts.
A very different scene. And are those hats that you wear that are more like helmets? I mean, this is a worrying sight. I mean, Christina's site, which is like very close by, she was describing a festive atmosphere, and it looked like a lot of folks, including a lot of older folks, who were there for the right reasons.
This guy's tagging the sidewalk, right?
You know, this is troublemakers. You don't put on a mask unless you have a plan of not wanting somebody to see your face, and so this is concerning.
Well, the woman who was handing out the masks, you see her quite clearly there in that beige T-shirt. She's not covering her face at all. So I would love to hear from her as to what this is about.
They're not involved.
Alex, you do bring up the fact that this could be very concerning. It is a Monday and not the weekend, so you're wondering how many people are wanting to stick around through the evening. Matthew, do you get a feel at all for this crowd? You've been out there for the past couple days.
Yeah, it reminds me of when we got to Paramount on Saturday. Here we have another person doing a little bit of a burnout there in the intersection, where you can feel an energy in the air. It's hard to describe, where it just feels like something's going to happen, and you're waiting for it to happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local police to be seen. And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street. There's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because we've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle. A whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal building, almost behind you, and perhaps the visual is obstructed from your point of view. But I can tell you there are many, many, many LAPD cars and officers here on stage. They are walking the freeway overpass. Protesters can't get on that overpass like they did yesterday, and throw bricks or concrete or scooters down on law enforcement that was below that had cleared the 101 freeway. So perhaps they're not where you are, but there's a lot of them already positioned there. They're not getting caught off guard by a crowd gathered here.
So, I mean, that was quite a shot that we have there of these folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of the mask. It's not the kind of thing, for seeing this there, it looks like a bionic shield is what that's called. I mean, that's not the kind of thing that you buy in bulk if you don't plan on doing something with it. And the fact that that's being handed out kind of like gives you an indication that these folks probably plan to be here for a while, and they feel like they got to load up. I mean, that reminds me, Matthew, of when you were reporting at UCLA, and we had those tents set up by a lot of the folks that were anti-Israel, and they kind of were getting ready for potential battle at night too, based off of their gear.
Yeah, I remember back to that. They were setting up their encampment, right? So they were bringing in stuff for their tents, their camping equipment, and then you were seeing truckloads of food being dropped off. Now this time we have truckloads of masks being dropped off for whatever's to come later tonight. Like I said, again, you can feel an energy in the air of uncertainty and just kind of waiting for something to happen, whatever that is.
And Matthew, you can't see necessarily, unless you have a monitor there, the shot we just showed of all the law enforcement just to the other side of you, behind you. There is quite a presence. Now, I'm not sure why they don't have officers on this side of the federal building on Temple Street there, but behind you, they are there in force. Now, perhaps law enforcement will see the picture that we just showed there, as well as the other media that is there lined up there with you. And obviously those people that were dropping off the mask, they weren't shy about showing their faces.
Yeah, no, they just showed up and they're still here. I mean, they're wearing a mask right now, but for the most part, they didn't seem like that was a big concern. I can see, like you're saying, I can see police in the distance.
Behind you.
Yeah, we can see them on the other side of the federal building, down Temple Street over there. And they've been watching this take place. I mean, this has been going on for 30 minutes of the people doing the donuts and stuff on this street. But it seems like they're more worried about more violent issues than that at this point anyway.
And we should also note, also sort of behind you, where the federal building is right there, where the crowd is behind you, the bulk of the crowd, you have the National Guard there and a lot of other officers there that are standing, that Christina Gonzalez has been showing us. Hard to see it in this picture, but right over your shoulder, there's a lot of law enforcement. There's a lot of National Guard members right there.
Yeah, and those National Guard members are really just focused on protecting that federal property. As far as going out beyond that, I don't think they have the jurisdiction at this point to really do crowd control. They're just in charge of protecting that federal building. It seems to me like it's going to be up to local police to how far this can go with the crowd and how far they're going to let it go. But again, it seems like the national police that we're seeing are just in charge of protecting the federal building.
So we are approaching the top of the hour. As we do, we are going to take a moment to reset here. We're also going to be welcoming viewers who are joining us on our sister station, Fox 11 Plus, who are used to joining us at this time of night. So as we do, we want to officially welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 5.
The last numeric is 2, correct?
And we start with breaking news here for the Fox 11 News at 5. Protesters rallying on the streets of downtown L.A. The anti-ICE demonstrations now in day number 4. We are seeing a large crowd.
Do you have any water?
Ford or Mary Havana in the meeting. It occurred at Southtown 405 on the Akita off-ramp. Parties, give me a red dot to the text like out. It looks like it's in the fire department. They got off the freeway, they're going to be in the Cross parking lot offered our season. Mary out of George and out of Alabama. 160.
You good? Why are you guys all sunburned? Who was the smart guy to come bald and no hat?
You know what, man?
Mr. I've done this a couple times.
You know what? When I woke up late, which I will openly admit, I just scrambled and was like, let me get out the door. I fell asleep with my
Oh, you mean you didn't prepare the night before?
I did.
This camera's always talk. So I don't know what talk is about. Good to know.
Good 2397. 2297, 1210.
By choice. So the administration says, we'd like to work with you. You have a policy that says that you can't, so we're not telling you because we can't tell you.
U.S. officials say around 1,000 National Guard members are here on the ground in L.A. Governor Newsom says only about 300 are currently deployed. The governor's also suing the Trump administration over the deployment of the Guard, which the president authorized under Title 10 of the U.S. Code. So let's talk about our crews there that are on the ground monitoring all of this, the protests downtown on this fourth day. Reporter Christina Gonzalez live there on the scene in front of the federal building. Christina?
That's right. We're on the Los Angeles side of the federal building. Let me show you the scene here. This is on the opposite side of where Matt is. And the crowd here is actually an interesting dynamic that is happening. The crowd here has gotten smaller. Some of them have gone over to the area where the crowd that Matt is in the middle of is at, because that area, they started having some issues. There's word that they may be getting ready to try to move them back. And the question is, will they all be pushed onto here to Los Angeles? Remember, keep in mind, all these crowds are surrounding the federal building. This has been so far a very peaceful crowd. We have not had any issues. Many of the people here came from earlier rallies. One, the SEIU, the union rally over at Grand Park, and then there was a large group of students here who've been rallying and protesting since 11 o'clock. But so far things have been very quiet, but you do see
Station 27 of Rising Football and Leona's with an Anna Football.
No! So, we must remain peaceful for democracy, for their stake. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
Again, it seems to be shifting as it does at this time. People have to get home to the kids and so forth. But we still have a good, on this side, I'd say about 100 people maybe in front of the building, and then around them a good 50, 100. But it changes because they're moving back and forth between the two crowds. It's very organic. There's no leadership moving these people. So we'll have to see what happens. So from Los Angeles Street in downtown Los Angeles, back to you, Christine.
We see the officers in the darker uniform, a little movement there on the platform there where you see the National Guard. Are those also National Guard? What agency is that?
Federal. That's a federal agency. Remember, the federal building is being guarded by the federal agency. There may be some sheriffs somewhere in there that sometimes, but the majority of the people in front of that, you see that line, and that is by design. They are making a point that we, the feds, are going to protect this building. They know that they're on cameras and that they know that.
What's the purpose
of closing Washington Place returning clear. That's current registration. The 2004 Chevy, gray in color.
Some kind of smoke device, let's say. Let's take a look over here. Let's walk a little bit this way. Did you get to see what happened? No? No? Let's see. So a lot of people are moving this way and moving back. If you can guard that spot for me, please. I'm not going to, yes. We're not going to move very far away, but what you see are people moving back. I think that there was, I don't smell tear gas.
Christina?
I do smell some kind of gas now. Yes?
Why don't we take it back here? We've got another reporter there on the ground. Matthew Standoff, what do you see?
Yeah, so we're at Temple and Los Angeles Street. I don't know if you can hear police. It sounds like they're wanting people to disperse. Okay.
Sorry,
yeah, there's someone talking. Someone's talking. It's there. But sorry about that. So here at Temple and Los Angeles, we did see what looked like a fight. We saw a guy get thrown to the ground and some punches being thrown. The crowd rushed in trying to break it up, and they did. But then we saw Los Angeles police just run this direction. And here is where we are now, where you can see police on Temple Street making their presence known. We saw lots of protesters just run and scatter. But right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens as police look at the protesters and protesters look at the police here at Temple in Los Angeles.
Henry is your responsible announcement. It's a Nightcast unit, but they response needed 245 JL, 15th Street, Avenue Ida, Nightcast, 116th Street, Avenue Ida. Girlfriend, name and call, second comment on hand, tag is 181. Nightcast unit starts responding to 1 left. Nightcast unit in 3 left. Nightcast unit in 5 left, 15th East Avenue Ida.
Monday, Matthew, if we see you there, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, like I've been saying earlier, I mean, you can feel a sort of tension, and then it erupted where there was that fight, and police ran in. We did mention just about 20 minutes ago, we saw a car show up, a truck full of gas masks. It just seems like there's something brewing, I guess you could say. Right now, though, again, police just kind of here. Watching the situation as looks like some protesters are yelling at them, but this is what we're looking at right now.
And we have some clarity on those masks. They're called bionic shields, and I initially thought they were gas masks coming off the car that they were being handed out, as Alex said, like candy to people in the crowd. We did a little research there. They cost about $34 to $64, and they are protective masks, kind of like what you might see in a workshop. It kind of protects you from a chemical splash or sparks or debris, but it is not a gas mask.
It's meant for like mechanics or people that are doing body work on cars, and I don't think they're going to be doing body work on cars tonight. Do you see any cars coming in for body work tonight, Matthew?
No, no cars for body work here tonight. We did just see another box of someone handing out more masks. So again, like, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but it does seem like protesters here are preparing for something to happen, some sort of altercation, possibly with police.
I'd be curious also, and I know it's hard to get in there, but who's funding this? Who's paying for these masks that are $34 to $64 each? Who's handing all this stuff? Where are these masks coming from?
I just saw some rocks being thrown, and that is a great question you mentioned about who's paying for those masks to have them just show up by the truckload. But we did just see some people throwing stuff. You hear some people in the crowd not agreeing with it, telling them to calm down. But again, you can feel an energy right now that's hard to describe.
Yeah, I saw a woman kind of pushing somebody back. Is that her right there? She's kind of pushing this guy, kind of saying, no, no. We also saw that with Christina Gonzalez as well, who said her location, although it was an organic crowd, was staying peaceful. And that when somebody threw a water bottle, the crowd reacted like, no, that's not where we want to go. That was this specific crowd. These are not the people necessarily who have caused so much damage that we saw yesterday. Bizarre behavior there, somebody acting very strange there and being videotaped, as we do in this day and age. But right now, what you saw when you described somebody intervening with somebody who was starting to kind of cause some unrest is what Christina Gonzalez also described as well.
The white shirt, keep that. Right, then I show.
It's gonna pop soon.
It's down forward. It's confirmed. Both warrants are outstanding and CNS, correct?
Go home. Go home. Block out.
As we tend to see in scenarios like this, the people that are definitely looking for conflict.
Yep. So we see that stat on your screen, 700 Marines deployed to assist National Guard. That order coming today, something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect them to be in place today. They're leaving from 29 Palms and will be there sometime soon. We don't have an exact date or time for when we expect them to be in place. Let's see what happens with this car that's trying to come through. So we expect around 5:15, which is about 2 minutes from now, a press conference from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and the chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, to talk about where we're at and where we're going. Last night, we had a couple opportunities to talk with her, and she really tried to get the message out that violence is not the answer, and that there would not be tolerance for violence is not the answer, and that there would not be tolerance for violence. We'll see if both the mayor and the police chief maybe have a different strategy tonight for handling all of this or not. But as soon as that press briefing gets underway, we will take you there live. We'll see if it starts on time. In the meantime, we continue to look at these pictures from downtown LA. A big change from yesterday as we look at the freeway, wide open and not much traffic in downtown LA at this time, which is strange because usually you would see a whole lot of traffic at this time. Christina talked about the fact that a whole lot of people are trying not to get near downtown LA, including people who work there because of what we're seeing today. It is clear that law enforcement has made a tactical decision and a tactical priority to stop people from getting on the freeway, to protect transit for the people of Southern California tonight, and they have been effective so far at doing that. We have not seen images of widespread violence today with these demonstrations that have happened during the day. Sometimes when it gets later at night and some of the more legitimate protesters start to head home to their families, then sometimes later at night the more anarchist people start to act up. It is worrying that we just saw a whole bunch of heavy-duty masks being handed out to everybody that wanted one in mass. Clearly, it looked like the folks out there are preparing for the possibility of conflict that may be just to protect themselves.
What if I toss this behind you guys?
Shields. For that reason, you would probably wear more of a surgical mask or something.
Noting with that bionic shield mask, which is really a protective mask that you often see in a workshop, you may not be too protected from gas. It might give you a bit of a buffer, But if there's going to be gas, there's no protection around the nose and the mouth. It's kind of like just a thicker, wider, fuller shield in a way that kind of covers, gives the full face and protection from, as we heard, quote, chemical splashes or debris.
Right.
Well, again, Alex, noting that crowd is really thinned out, but keep in mind, if people were there much of the day for that Grand Park protest, it's a long day already to have been there on your feet out in the sun. Perhaps those people feel they have made their statement and, like you said, time to go home. But as evening happens here in Southern California, perhaps they also don't want to be any part of the...
In case people start like running this way.
Pushing back.
And
now it looks
woman,
like the
though,
woman who's trying to help, right?
Trying to say, hey, crowd, back up, go back. It is quite an interesting scene here. You have law enforcement there in a crowd of people, but you have a crowd on both sides of them, reminding you of the difficult job of being a law enforcement officer during this time. And you can see a crowd surrounding these officers there, but the woman there trying to ask people to almost, if you're going to protest, do it peaceful. Look at her there with the sign, back up, back up.
Whoa.
Something perhaps is encouraging that crowd to back up a little quicker here. Not sure if maybe there's some kind of show of law enforcement coming in from behind there that we don't see.
Matthew Seedorf, is that your camera?
So we've
what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've got police showing up here right now. We saw some protesters squaring off with the police on Temple in Los Angeles face to face. These officers are coming in big numbers around the corner, lights and sirens on, getting out of their cars. And we're seeing some of the protesters scattering, but others walking over here to see what's going on.
We're looking now here at a wide shot there. As we look at the downtown area here on this Monday, you can see a number of law enforcement vehicles there on that one road there to the left. Mainly the activities at the federal building. And as we've been showing you throughout this late afternoon, it's a fairly thin crowd, relatively speaking, when you think of the protesters that turned out over the weekend. And we should note that there was a rally this afternoon, and that was much to bring attention to the case of David Huerta, the union president who had been arrested on Friday amidst the protests. He has been released on bond. He got his hearing and is dealing with his case, but he is free. So right now you still see some stragglers or people who've come out later in the day to see what's going on or be part of this. But the bulk of the rally, you think of a rally or a protest rally, that's not happening. It's just kind of loose people there. Christina Gonzalez with her camera force right there. As you see the National Guard there, federal troops right there behind you, behind Christina, our reporter there. And they are protecting the federal building right there.
So, as we're now 5:20, we are keeping an eye out as there right now is really a lot of standing around and waiting.
More local law enforcement. If you look at the helicopter at Temple and Los Angeles, that is an area where they're trying to block it with some of the vehicles, some of the law enforcement vehicles that they had brought in on the other side of Alameda. Ideally, if they had enough vehicles.
Street, Officer Drive, West Avenue, All Ocean, Male Black 50s wearing all black, hunched over, under breathing, paralyzed, check, on the corresponding on the left.
Big stuff's going down over there. Yeah, I don't like this. There ain't no cops here now. There's no cops, they all pull back.
They see this on the news. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, there's a line right up here. And then they stopped him right here. That's odd. Let's go check out the fucked up Subaru. See if that's really a camera guy's car.
They are saying that there's people with guns. I see people with trying to keep an eye from there where the crowd is going. But some of the people were saying that they have snipers up there. From the perspective here, I know that they have weapons, but I see them mostly trying to keep eyes on what is going on from the federal building, which is where we're at. Now, let's see if we can walk this way a little bit. Walk with me. Because this, what is really difficult about to secure this, as it were, for LAPD, is that you have pathways that go all around the federal building. If they had completely blocked the federal building, this might be easier. But you can see somebody over here selling. How much are the flags going for?
They're $20.
$20. Are you doing a good business today?
Hey, that's not me, is it?
¿En cuánto están las son $20?
Oh, sí, $20.
$20. Mucho negocio, a lot of business.
No, it's slow.
It's slow. It's slow down.
We are coming here because we're not working, and we need to make a little money,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those kids that were fighting.
Yeah, we're not gonna go down there anymore. Watch yourself.
But again, this gives you a sense of how difficult. This is much more of a festive area here. People are there's no violence. There's nothing going on that's crazy here. Let's go over there to see, because that's what happens as it gets later. Family members begin to leave. Some of the original people who were here with rallies, and then you have a different type of person. So here we are at Los Angeles and Temple. This is the area where you saw some of the situations supposedly going on. Let's see if we can check it out from this perspective. Let me carry on to you. Elsa, forgive us. We are walking down the stairs with a live camera. You're still with us over there, guys?
Still got you, Christina.
This is live television. All right, okay. So we're going to make our way over here and show you what's going on, and we, in advance, please forgive us. I know that there's a lot of graffiti that has some bad words and things like that, so our apologies. We have no control of that. But here, this is the area at Los Angeles and Temple that you were looking at from the helicopter. This is the other corner of the federal building. And what you have is what you see. Let me go to this side. Now, if you go down a Temple towards the back of the federal building and the Metropolitan Holding Facility, you can't get through. And what they're trying to do is not allow people to go past this intersection. At some point, they're probably going to try to move everything.
Say they are not involved with anything that has to do with immigration raids themselves, but they are there also to keep law and order. So thanks so much, Michelle. We'll be getting back to you.
last three has 914.
And of course, these protests are popping up around Southern California. Lori Perez just arrived in downtown Los Angeles.
So, Lori, what's your location and what is the situation right now?
Okay, we are at the corner of Los Angeles Street and Temple Street, and you can see how many people have assembled here. A lot of movement at this moment as police officers. At one point, we saw them surrounded by protesters. This is a crowd that I would describe as simmering. They seem to be ready to erupt with the slightest provocation, much more so than the crowd that we saw yesterday. I will say that is tempered by many people who are yelling. We can hear them yelling, don't give them what they want. Don't do it. Don't give them what they want. So, you know, on one hand, some people who seem kind of at the edge, and then on the other hand, people who are asking them to calm down, to keep things under control. But a very large crowd here has assembled. They are far outnumbering the number of police officers who are here. This building just beyond this corner, we should note, is where Naturalization and Immigration Services are. Behind that is the Roybal Center, where the detention center is, where lots of the people who are being held are have been for the last few days. So that's why this is kind of a physical focus for this crowd. Not as many people, again, as we saw yesterday, but the temperament, at least at this moment, seems a little bit heightened. Seems a little bit more heightened than some of the crowds that we saw yesterday. Hopefully, things will remain under control. It was a little anxious just a few minutes ago, though, I will say, as we saw about 6 to 10 officers surrounded on all sides by the protesters, and we were just kind of holding our breath, hoping that nothing escalated. The officers have since crossed over onto the far side of Temple Street and have kind of assembled with their fellow officers and gotten into a better tactical position in terms of, you know, not being surrounded by people. So, you know, we're keeping an eye on things here. This is kind of the hot spot as far as we've seen in downtown Los Angeles. We did, of course, just arrive just about maybe 30 minutes ago, so we're still getting the lay of the land, but that's what's happening right here where we are. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Lori, excellent job. You were certainly out in downtown LA for such a long period of time yesterday, so really appreciate your reporting. You know, you mentioned that they are now more a tactical position, so just wondering, did LAPD almost just sort of let that happen until they felt like, oh, this is a time for us to move away, that we could possibly, you know, we're being encircled here?
It certainly seemed like that to me, because I was starting to get a little panicked, thinking this is not a good situation. I mean, they have people all around them, and it was only a few minutes, and then they kind of started to push in, you know, to the other side of the street. So I think they quickly realized that we are being surrounded here, and this is not a position that we want to be in. So our best bet and our best plan at this point is to get over to where the other fellow officers are on the other side of the street. So then again, they are face to face with the protesters in one direction, rather than having some guys facing one way and other people facing the other way, and trying to have to defend themselves all around, which is, you know, not a good scenario.
And we're looking at aerial pictures on the other side of the screen. I don't know where that is in relation to you, but we see other cars just kind of stuck in the middle of the crowd. It almost looked like time stood still, not law enforcement vehicles or police cars, but just other cars who looked like they were just trying to make their way downtown, who are now surrounded by protesters as well. Are you seeing anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are hot spots like that in different places around the city. In fact, when we were coming down from Studio City, we got off the freeway because we knew that there would be stoppages like that. We could see protesters in different spots around the 101 causing some disruption. So I think that that's what people are seeing, particularly as you get more into the heart of downtown Los Angeles. There are some groups that have splintered off and are causing some disruption on the streets and on the roadways, causing some traffic delays, etc. The biggest concentration, though, seems to be right behind us.
And I asked you that question, Lori, about LAPD simply because, we've heard so much from the White House saying that the LAPD couldn't handle the situation and that they needed the extra help. So I was asking you that question to see, did they seem like they were a bit anxious at that moment, or is that a strategic move, knowing when to get out of the way or when to get away from the protesters and get a more tactical position? Don't know if you can answer that. Go ahead.
I will say, in my estimation from covering this yesterday in its intensity, and then, just the little short while that we've been here, to me, that is handling it, right? Because they're not engaging and they're not getting into a physical confrontation with any of the protesters and demonstrators. So that is their manner of handling it. And some would say that's the best manner of handling it because, nothing is escalating. I don't know if police officers are highly trained. I can't say that I saw any sort of anxiety or fear in their eyes in the moment when I was watching them surrounded. But I think they were focused. And I think if I had to guess, that was a conscious choice to, okay, let's move right now because we're in a spot.
Compton 2 to 4, finish the close to 9 of 15.
People here who are trying to keep things measured and trying to reason with the people who are out here to keep things under control, for the protesters' safety, for everybody's safety. So there is a big component of that group that we have witnessed even in just the first half hour here of people trying to say, let's keep things under control. In fact, the crowd started to...
Next level?
It seemed like this was police and these protesters had been face to face. Police had said, back up, don't get to this close, don't get this close. We didn't see what happened, but one could presume that someone might have gotten too close. And then we saw some rocks and bottles.
Just bombing into your left, Royal Street, Amel. Multiple bomber units, 4 coming in, please. You know, press 47, you have emergency traffic? From the accused for either and three.
Thank you. I need everything I need.
After the pump of that sister, damage corresponding to the 245 jail, Pearl Street, Code 3. Pump of Houston, corresponding to Code 3. on that. Marking your camera. We'll flag down the intersection. Alright. Okay, local delinquent units, the boy unit only in one. Identify.
I want to make sure you're safe.
I don't want to get.
So if you need to get
I don't want to get shot
we
by.
can let you go.
Yeah, we just noticed that we're looking at a live picture here where the police looked like they were moving to move this crowd back, and then that's when things really started getting physical. In fact, I saw a young woman there actually throwing fists at officers. So they're obviously trying to push them back, and we see they have less than lethal weapons out, but I don't know what is being thrown from the crowd. Do you see that?
Yeah, there's definitely physical contact. Let's bring in Mike Rogers. You've been watching all of this along with us, Mike.
Yeah, you know, it looks like I saw a bottle being thrown. I saw some other things from the crowd being thrown. LAPD is in a much better position than they were yesterday. The crowd is smaller and there are more officers than there were yesterday, but they are starting, as you mentioned and you can see, to push them. And you have these people. See, she just got hit with a foam round right there. They're shooting another one there. Okay, so now she's probably going to... I'm surprised they didn't take her.
Me too, because she just assaulted an officer.
She just threw that bag at the officer. And that just goes to show you, you know, we talk about it. These officers are moving this crowd and they're pushing them.
162 City Sheriff. Driving into a white Ford blocking their driveway. Speed of 518, 412. No Hispanic with a black top refusing.
And have them in a more controllable position.
And Mike, I know we're watching this. This is a fluid situation, but we do also want to get to this breaking news in about the past hour that President Trump has authorized another 2,000 National Guardsmen to Los Angeles, which would make 4,000 along with the Marine deployment.
Yeah, along with the 700 Marines, so there'd be 4,700 troops, essentially, if you will, between the National Guard and the Marines, which, Governor Gavin Newsom said they were given, the first 2,000 were given no food or water. They say only approximately 300 are deployed, which matches up with the numbers the federal government has given us too, saying you have 100 in Westwood, you have 200 down here, there were some in Paramount and Compton. We have not seen them anywhere else than here at the federal building, and I understand we want to go back to Lori Perez now in downtown Los Angeles.
Come to me.
Lori, we got you.
Okay, I want to tell you something that's developing. An old woman in a minivan.
National Guard is moving!
National Guard's moving down this way. You can see it on the left. On the stairs, you see how they're all moving down?
What happened?
Everybody's... I've told Johnny to stay closer to me 100 times. He doesn't listen. See the police moving down this way?
Aquí, allá están los snipers. Vean, arriba están los snipers. Están disparando desde
My God.
One! Just one!
the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, you know, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have the mayor standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means LAPD officers are being carried over on their shifts to work, what you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California and a lack of coordination with that. And what really stands out to me, Alex, too, we talked about the LAPD has decades of experience in dealing with situations like this. Now, some around the nation or President Trump may say, well, we've seen what happens in LA when there is unrest.
Yeah, look at this picture.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. And that's Bass's point that she's been making. Okay, the way that you can make the point to the president that you don't need the Marines and don't need the National Guard is not have a bunch of people out there throwing rocks and glass and bringing bionic shields and putting face masks and all the rest of it. You know, because this situation in this particular area right now is not entirely under control.
But we know there's an element of that who don't care. They don't care.
Right. They don't care. And so then the question is, when do you, he said people are going to be arrested eventually, but should some of those people be arrested now?
I think that his point is members of the LAPD know the streets of LA. Right. They know the communities. They've covered riots. I mean, I've covered 2 riots myself in my decades being here in Los Angeles. So they do maybe the best that they can with the knowledge of knowing the city compared to Marines who have never been here. They may be from Kentucky.
Never been here before and have no experience doing this sort of thing. And that's not why most people sign up to be a Marine, is to do that kind of work either. And we've never seen something like that. But it is it is, my point is that just from an optics perspective, and this is something that the mayor admitted last night to us, that it is harder to make the argument that we got everything under control when this is happening at the very same time.
Oh, no doubt. You have people watching around the country and say, they see this and they think L.A. is out of control.
Right, and some of them say, thank you, President Trump, for restoring law and order when LA's, you know, they would say Democratic politicians are not able to do that.
And they see a lawlessness that is, they feel is allowed to perhaps just go
and fester.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's and this isn't the first day. This is the fourth day of this sort of situation. But you see, this is the National Guard that was called in, and many of them sort of. We have not seen damage to the federal building, but they're not actively engaging with the folks there either.
There's quite a presence there at the front of the federal building. You have the National Guard and Homeland Security in the darker uniforms there. And they've been out there all day with that presence that was quite significant, with a lot of LAPD to the backside of that. Now they've moved in and cleared the crowd down away from the front of it. So it was an intimidating presence, you have to admit, in front of the federal building.
Yeah, it's you don't see anybody getting in there. That's not supposed to, and so they have protected that. The question is, will that stop everything else? Let's listen back to the chief.
So joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman, who usually works Operation South Bureau, but during this incident is the Day Watch Incident Commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions, Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites, do you feel that makes it any different on the street?
You know, I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety, but to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, how are you avoiding... We'll take two more questions and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially, because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit and being attacked, including press. I don't know, like, it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
say how you would minimize or at least just not do that?
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that, and we're looking into that.
But the horse trampling and well, the horse, the
Yeah, we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, go ahead, and then Mary Beth, and then he's going to come back, guys.
You know, all of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from it. I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. And after having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there, and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know their LAPD weather division has put out that there was some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Right. Oh, headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Chief, put any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention about if things had continued at this point, any thought of curfew?
Yeah, I know we're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right, we'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the federal building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the federal building now, but that there's no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know, right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him, and for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point she actually saw him moving into a detention facility, but since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around. But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet, and they will fall out of status and then subject to arrest. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning of this administration, we were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living. At Home Depot, you have day laborer centers so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be so that it doesn't interfere with the business. These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like it moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city. Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided. We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging.
Hearing there from Mayor Karen Bass and the Chief of Police of the LAPD as we continue to watch protests in downtown LA.
About
that, we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Channel 13. Our coverage continues.
A single mother.
News at 6 o'clock. We are simulcasting on Channel 2 and KCAL 9.
I just say that anybody that does that, don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting immigrants and vandalize our city. And understand that if you do that, and it is 100% unacceptable, you will be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot of videotape, there's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up for questions. Whoa, 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 whoa.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, we didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding two buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
Have you been in contact with President Trump or anyone from the administration? And if you could speak to them, what would you say right now?
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we need the National Guard, we can do it in the normal circumstances, which is the request is made local and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
And have you been in contact with the administration?
I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
Right here in these stripes and then You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas, that's where I saw, the flashbangs.
Robert and then Liz. Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals, as you're calling them?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered. And I don't know of anybody that identifies with them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer that was out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, put out a word and on social media, it draws a crowd.
I think a lot of people in this city agree with you, and I'm sure appreciate you speaking up for them. I'm wondering, would it be more powerful if, they got a chance to be lawyered up, to fight back against the fact that they're being potentially against their violating their civil rights? Is there anything that you can talk about providing legal representation? For example, the city of LA just approved a budget with money for legal representation for immigrants. And so that felt like an uphill battle, and more probably may be needed. Is there anything that you can say about what can be done about, posting bail, about
let me just say that the immigrant rights organizations that have existed here for a long time are providing that type of support. I cannot see a possibility of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds. Whether or not there are resources to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But would it help negate what Trump is trying to do, kind of deport people, like in a very indiscriminate fashion?
Right. It will help to negate it when people have legal help. Yes?
Mayor, if I may, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement overtime?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make the case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem, and the problem was not happening on Thursday.
We're going to go here and then we'll
comes to the solutions, the administration has claimed that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered
What they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids, and they've said
Oh.
when it comes to working with them, would you be considering to give them a list of the violent criminals, to particularly focus on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue from all the representatives we talked to on the congressional level, 30 days. So what can then we expect? What can you tell both the immigrant population, the city population about what?
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population.
Okay, we've been listening to a press conference, a joint press conference given by first Police Chief, LAPD Police Chief Jim McDonnell, and now Mayor Karen Bass. Just a couple of points here. The mayor said that according to immigration rights organizations, 5 raids by ICE have been held throughout the region. We're going to get to more on that, but first we're going to go to our Jasmine Veal, who is in downtown LA, where some things are happening. Jasmine?
Oh. Hey, sorry, things have really just kicked up a notch here because they're now telling the crowd to disperse, so they're blasting off these, I guess, types of bombs over the crowd just to tell them to back up. So this is, we're still at the top of the LA Mall here, right coming up to Temple. And I mean, blast after blast. They're moving the skirmish line. This is what they've been doing here on a 4th straight day, right, of these protests that have, again, ratcheted up a notch now. They're pushing the protesters further down Los Angeles Street to Temple. This is coming just about 30 minutes after they told all the demonstrators and protesters that had gathered around this federal building here to move off. I don't know if we have video. James, my producer, let me know, because you can see kind of the chaos that unfolded. See, just like that, they're trying to push these demonstrators back and move them away from the federal building. You have the sheriff posted up here. You have the LAPD. You have the National Guard. I just saw reinforcements arriving on more trucks with their riot gear, and there also have been pepper balls. Section 41 jail. 441, kind of human only report. Under 54 Adam, under 65, 490, peaceful bodies out here to get out the message, and they said they did not like how things escalated Sunday night. The burning of the Waymo self-driving vehicles, the graffiti, the vandalism, the looting. They were very disheartened to see that as their message got lost. But again, many of them wanted to rally out here again, coming with their families, but some leaving knowing that things were just getting too tense. Some telling me they're just trying to get out of here before this happened. And I don't really know what the end game is here tonight. You know, as officers have really pushed this crowd. Now we're just looking at Temple down to Los Angeles, and you can see everyone's kind of scattered about at this point. But they were really, if we can get some video, James, let me know when you have it, because I want to show you kind of what unfolded in the last hour here. We were at that news conference with the police chief and Mayor Karen Bass, who talked about, to stop the raids, and that she said we are a city of immigrants. We were listening to her talk about that as it was happening, as this skirmish line was moving. So James, just let me know if you get that, and I'll go ahead and. Okay, there's a lot of, and my producer telling me, and unfortunately, I mean, there's a lot of vulgar language that we're trying to blur out for TV purposes and not show the writing and the signs and what people have been saying and yelling at the law enforcement officers. Okay, so you can kind of see what tactics they're taking right now. They are moving, and the video shows it, that I was trying to get to, everyone off the top of these buildings. They want everyone as far away as possible from that federal building. So, the Department of Homeland Security.
Information 23103 southbound 405 at Wilson Avenue. Black Chevrolet Silverado with a plate out of Arizona, Charles Edward Lincoln 7189. Using the shoulders to pass. Swerving. Using lights and vehicle to pass. Negative power or left. We're going to be for the KMA 01 security. Well.
I shouldn't say little, there have been pockets of protests all around the downtown area. So you're in another area. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, there was actually quite a large protest where we are here on the corner of Temple and Los Angeles Street. In the last few moments, though, that has been pushed out of here. An army of police officers literally face to face with protesters, pushing them further down Los Angeles Street to the south, getting them out of this area, away from the federal buildings. And it's remarkable to see the very many different kinds of law enforcement and military we have here. LAPD was, of course, leading this enforcement, backed up on a second line by sheriff's deputies. And if we flip around, I'm going to show you the very big military force and sheriff's deputies who have now assembled here on the intersection on that second level. Maybe in the back, you might be able to see some of the military guys. They've been marching around that building. That's the building where they do some immigration services, and so they are protecting that building. They wanted all of these people away from this area because that's where, over the last few nights, they have caused so much damage and destruction, because that's where some of the detainees are being held. So it was a lot of activity. The police were using flashbangs to kind of disrupt the demonstration and to get people moving, and they certainly were able to do that in a pretty efficient way, getting them out of this intersection. It was a bit hectic for a while, but now we're going to see if we can, in fact, on foot, follow them and to see what occurs as they congregate further to the south on Los Angeles Street. But for now, right here, this, as you can see, has been cleared.
All right, Lori, thanks so much for that. And you mentioned that's where the detainees are being held, and from what we heard from Mayor Bass, detainees who have not had access to family members. They have been denied access. This makes me wonder, I'm going to bring Mike Rogers in here. It seemed like all of a sudden they decided to really clear that federal building. We saw the municipal aid with the Sheriff's Department joining LAPD, and you just wonder if something else that they know of that's going to happen, whether it's more National Guard troops coming in, or there'll be more activity at the federal building.
Yeah, and I think, because that is, again, that's been kind of the symbol of this protest is federal officials, federal agents, the National Guard, which we should also point out the National Guard is the California National Guard. That is, people that are in our communities now have been federalized to be a part of the federal government.
People that were here for the fires in January.
Correct, yeah, that just left to help us with that. So I think if LAPD is trying to be diffuse the situation, which we've heard from the chief over and over again, that's what they're trying to do, getting them away from those federal officials, those federal buildings, will remove kind of that target for these protesters that want to so badly protest what's going on at the federal level. So the group is smaller though. LAPD is in much bigger numbers than we saw yesterday. Yesterday they were very much in an outnumbered situation, and they were not able to make these pushes and make these moves because they were so kind of outnumbered by the large group. Tonight, that is not the case at all. You can even see in these lines, I mean, these lines are 4, 5, 6 officers deep. So they've got plenty of people to do what they need to do. And what they'll do is if they end up wanting to make arrests, which we've not seen, especially when that woman smacked that officer with her bag, if they want to make arrests, what they'll do is just pluck a person and hand that person to the officer behind them, who then can facilitate an arrest. You know, we did talk to Sheriff Luna last night, who also told us that he is mobilizing the Sheriff's Department's booking teams, their mobile booking teams, who can be there to whatever the charges may be. If it's just a dispersal order, they'll likely just get a cite and release. If it's something more serious, obviously they'll go to a jail in downtown Los Angeles to deal with that. But smaller groups, a lot more officers than we saw last night. It seems like law enforcement is becoming more coordinated. One thing that I was also just listening to, and this is also intentional by law enforcement, when they push forward, the group splits. And the more they do that, the smaller the groups will end up getting. So you had one group that kind of split off to the east, another kind of continued to go south, and that's what they want, because the more law enforcement splinters them out, the less powerful they become and the less of a problem they become. So they do that every now and again. You'll push them towards an intersection and you'll see one group kind of go this way and another group go the other way, which is what they want so that these groups can get smaller.
Yeah, and we should point out, too, both the mayor and the police chief both talked about vandals, people who are disrupting and causing damage, that they would be caught eventually, even if they went home last night or over the weekend. There is video of them out there, and they will be caught. That was the warning that both of them put out there. We want to check back in now, thank you, Mike, with Jasmine, who is in downtown LA. And Jasmine, you were telling us about an incident earlier. I think we have that video turned around now.
Yeah, and right now, again, we just now see more reinforcements arriving or another perimeter being set up. You see lights and sirens with all the LAPD cruisers turning right past Temple. We are standing at Temple and Main, and they're going past City Hall to the left. Not sure what they're responding to or if they're going to set it up and push this crowd and the demonstrators elsewhere at this point, who have been just kind of standing here facing off with the officers that have pushed them away from the federal building to this location. Okay, so behind me you have a line of sheriffs and then the LAPD, but I want to show you one of the less than lethal projectiles that are being used as crowd control. This right here, the foam baton, and that is just causes that blunt force without serious injury. Although one man walked by and you can smell it. It smells like that sulfur smell. He walked by and he had a big red bruise that he was just showing off to the crowd on his side. Obviously, maybe he'd gotten too close to one of the rubber bullets or the foam projectiles, the foam batons. I do want to get to that video. We are right here on top of the LA Mall when they decided to move that skirmish line down Los Angeles Street and started pushing us off. Take a look.
Convoy of vehicles dispersing.
And you can hear what I'm talking about with those rubber bullets that were being fired, the pepper balls fired even from above. We saw by the National Guard stationed at the top of the federal building. The crowd started yelling. There were some taunting remarks being made by protesters. And again, anytime anyone gets close to the law enforcement line, they go ahead and they don't hesitate to use those less than lethal tools that they have. We have seen more National Guard troops walk out of the federal building in a line to back up the LAPD, and they've remained there at the federal building. Those Marines apparently could be here. I'm hearing from some reports stationed inside some of the federal buildings, but I have not seen any Marines that we know are being deployed here. 700. But again, these demonstrators gathering for a fourth day, rallying against the multiple immigration operations that have taken place across the LA area since Friday. So since then, they have successfully
engage them and kill them. They're not trained to carry out law enforcement activities in our communities within the United States.
John Cohen says LAPD and the Sheriff's Department have the capacity and training to handle the situation or ask other law enforcement agencies to assist if needed. But adding Marines to the mix, Cohen says, increases the danger, and not only to the protesters.
It may result in law enforcement officers, military personnel, or even those peacefully demonstrating in a constitutionally protected way may result in them getting hurt.
And just about an hour ago, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that Trump is deploying an additional 2,000 guardsmen to L.A. Newsom accusing the president of purposely escalating the tensions here.
He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis.
Newsom releasing a statement today saying he's now shifting 800 more local and state police officers to L.A. Chaos is exactly what Trump wanted. Now we are sending in hundreds more law enforcement to pick up the pieces. This afternoon, California Attorney General Rob Bonta filed a lawsuit against Trump, claiming he does not have the authority to activate the California National Guard.
This is a law that requires the governor's consent to activate the National Guard. This is the first time since 1965 that a president has activated the National Guard without a request from the state's governor.
Bonta's claims may be accurate and steeped in legal standing, but experts say there is a good chance the courts will find in Trump's favor.
The courts are very deferential to the president when it comes to the deployment of troops.
Meanwhile, when asked about an ugly back and forth between Newsom and Homeland Security Secretary Tom Homan, in which Homan mentioned the possibility of arresting Newsom, the president today urged him to do it.
I would do it if I was Tom. I think it's great. What the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy.
Now, as for arresting Newsom, the Secretary of Homeland Security has already walked that back, saying it would only happen if the governor interfered with federal immigration efforts. Giovanna, David.
Rob Hayes, thank you for that report. A story we will continue to follow right now. We want to switch gears and talk about our weather. Some sunshine this afternoon after a morning of June gloom. Here's Dallas.
That's right, Giovanna.
Raids by ICE throughout the region, and we're surmising that some of those raids could have happened at Home Depot in Santa Ana, restaurants or what have you. But we do know, Michelle, that there has been a lot of activity at the federal building there in Santa Ana. Is that where you are now? Still, or have you moved?
Yes,
okay.
Pat, we've backed off. We've backed off a block or so because there were smoke bombs and pepper balls being fired by some of the federal law enforcement agents, and it was difficult, obviously, to see and to breathe. So you can see the crowd. They really keep moving. This is where they were about an hour ago. They then marched to Sasser Park, which is where I'm standing. They had a rally here, and then they moved back to the federal building. You can see the federal agents there lined up in front of the main entrance to one of the federal buildings. This whole complex here is filled with federal courthouses. There is a U.S. immigration office very close to where those agents are standing. There's a federal court, the Ronald Reagan courthouse, etc. So this is what I've been told by Santa Ana police, because Santa Ana's officers have now showed up to the scene. This is, I want to remind our audience, a sanctuary city. Santa Ana police do not cooperate. Excuse me. They don't cooperate with federal agents as far as law enforcement activities, immigration activities are concerned. But what Santa Ana police told me is that their officers were activated because the protesters were blocking the employees who were trying to leave the federal building here. Santa Ana police say members of the crowd began throwing rocks. We did not see that, but we did see water bottles being thrown at the federal officers. And that is when we saw the officers deploying their less than lethal rounds into the crowd. As I said, there was a lot of smoke and this pepper ball type device. I'm getting it in my throat a little bit now, as a matter of fact. Santa Ana police say that officials need to maintain order, and that is why they're using these projectiles. They also say that they are here, this is Santa Ana police, to maintain order, to de-escalate any kind of situation, and to also keep public safety in mind. Santa Ana police, that crowd that you're seeing there, beyond that crowd is a skirmish line. Santa Ana police are there wearing helmets and shields with batons. We have not seen them do anything but maintain that line. And as we said, they're here because things were being thrown at those federal officers and employees were not being allowed or able to leave that building. I have seen no arrests down here, and I know, Pat, during the last hour when we were live with you, there was a question about people who were arrested by ICE or detained by ICE being housed in the Santa Ana jail. I did clarify that because Santa Ana is a sanctuary city, it is not holding any beds or cells for anybody being arrested or taken into custody by federal agents. Santa Ana police, they do not have any clarity as to where those people are being taken. The building right behind the one that you're looking at there is the men's central jail run by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And as far as I know, it also does not have anybody who's been detained by the feds. As far as how this all started today, I'm told that people began gathering here around 1:30, 2 o'clock. Okay, the crowd is now throwing. I'm seeing things throwing, and you can see them all running toward us. And now the smoke is being activated in the air. So not clear exactly what is starting this situation, but I was seeing water bottles being thrown up in the air, and we see a lot of smoke coming from the front entrance there at the federal building.
Bombs, if you will, are coming from law
enforcement. And this is pretty much what we've been, right, yeah. And then what sounds like an M80 or something being set off. We've heard a few of those this afternoon. Not clear exactly who is throwing those, but people are now starting to run and scream. But as I said, we haven't seen any arrests here. The federal officials are maintaining their position there at the front doors of that federal building. That's clearly a firework. Commercial grade fireworks, very powerful. Dangerous, of course, if people get too close. So this seems to be kind of the center of it. But Pat, what I was saying is the immigrant groups and these rapid response networks have been posting different immigration actions. And today it seemed here, compared to the past several days, today is the day where things were really heating up. There were at least 3 different actions that we know of, at least that were posted on social media at 2 Home Depots and at a Carl's Jr. And we believe that's what prompted all of the people to gather here in front of the federal building today.
And you know, that begs the question, too. We're not exactly sure. We've heard 30
to our city. Governor Newsom sued the Trump administration today and has been critical of the president.
A lot of activity going on right now in downtown Los Angeles as the sun goes down, just like we saw yesterday. So a lot of concern, and we often see this when it comes to the civil.
Easterly unit, 28 out of what was your ETA? Response to 328, 26 possible. When else is it open? 274?
Email let me know if you lecture back whether walking here, no
things down onto the crowd, and I think that's what's causing a little bit of escalation. Running back and hiding. But we are trying to follow the crowd, follow.
You know, they haven't made way onto the 101 freeway. They have at least managed to keep them off the freeway, which is a good thing. And now I guess the question is, how do you get to a freeway if you need to get to it?
Yeah, Jasmine is also downtown, Jasmine Veal.
And to say, how can we deal with the situation at the local and state level? And then only at that point do we call in and
This is a hard closure right here, and look at the contrast to what's happening just a few blocks away. So they have cleared the protesters out of this area, and right here at Arcadia and Los Angeles Street above the 101 freeway, this is the line of officers, CHP officers we've seen, and LAPD holding the line here, not letting anyone through. And because down the way is that federal building and U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement, where that large crowd of demonstrators had gathered earlier, even piling on top of the LA Mall. They were above, they were below. You had National Guard members facing off with those demonstrators, or at least just staring at the crowd, and then things really kind of escalated. And rubber bullets were being fired onto the crowd below as they came too close to law enforcement. Take a look at this video. We were on top of the Los Angeles Mall with a bunch of protesters getting that bird's eye view, and when suddenly we were all pushed back and told to get off very, very quickly. Take a look. So again, those were rubber bullets being fired at the crowd of the protesters, pepper balls, I mentioned, fired from above, from that federal building, that location there at the crowd below. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of confusion sometimes, even the media trying to get off, get our equipment, and follow the orders of law enforcement as they were trying to clear the area. And the crowd had thinned out at this point. It was not as large as I saw it a few hours prior to when the skirmish line had moved it back down Los Angeles Street, but they were throwing water bottles, and I just heard a boom right now, so that it seems like they're trying to continue to push the crowd past LA City Hall. But you know, water bottles were being thrown, and it really escalates within a matter of seconds, and then things hopefully, you know, can remain as calm as they seem to be at the moment. People just waving some Mexican flags, driving past in cars, honking horns, but I'm not noticing anything too crazy here right at Arcadia, where they really have cleared out the area. And protesters, as we bring it back out here live, and you see these officers, and you know, you heard the police chief talk about how hard they are working. They're out here trying to keep the peace and maintain order. And protesters have told me too that they need more peaceful bodies, that many of these protesters said that they just want to get their message out. They did not want to see all the vandalism and the looting and arson that happened over the weekend. I mean, right here where I'm standing, I want to show you this soot, all this black ash. That was a Waymo self-driving car that was burned yesterday, and you see just one black spot after another down Los Angeles Street. So tow trucks had to come in here, clear out all of this rubble after these cars were set on fire. There's graffiti for a few blocks around here, just really vulgar graffiti, and some of the windows that had been smashed in that we saw LA City Services cleaning up today. So a lot of hard work being put in after, unfortunately, some bad apples that took things to the extreme, hoping we don't see that again on this Monday night.
You know what?
But yeah, live here from Arcadia in Los Angeles and downtown. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Jasmine. Mentioning Waymo, we understand that they certainly stopped their services in downtown Los Angeles anyway, because I believe at least 5 cars burned. We're going to bring Mike Rogers back in the conversation. You were here last night when those cars were set on fire.
Yeah, and that was about 5 o'clock in the evening. I mean, that was early that all started to happen, and they burned hot and long because the fire department wasn't safe for them to get in there as well. Really just a chaotic night. I will say it does, you know, we're looking at here, it does look like, you know, a sense of chaos here, but I just have to draw the comparison from tonight to last night. I mean, last night was just so much worse. In downtown. Tonight, LAPD is able to keep the crowd moving, and as we talked about earlier, every time they do that, it really splinters them up. I want to ask our director, Mike Parrott, to go to our other helicopter shot, because I want to show you Santa Ana. This is where Michelle Geely just was, and something of note, you know, like we've talked about so many times with these protests, they really ebb and flow. While Jasmine was talking and Lori was talking, we saw a lot of activity where somebody was trying to set things on fire, tear gas was being shot, pepper balls was being shot, but as John kind of pushes in, something that we've noticed is different from what Michelle was telling us earlier. That's about the entirety of law enforcement that is here. Those look like federal agents. They, you know, we had seen Santa Ana PD earlier in Michelle's shot. doing, skirmish lines, but we don't see that now. And here we go. They're going to activate again. So we've got we've got federal law enforcement agencies that are pushing towards the crowd. They're using those pepper balls, and you'll see these crowds begin throwing things at them. There goes some tear gas that just got thrown. We'll see that get moved because here comes a van. That's why. So they're going to start throwing things at the van. And what's interesting, though, is I don't know where Santa Ana police went, because there was a lot more of them. That even almost looks like a prisoner transport van. There were people sitting in the back there. So you've got this small handful of federal law enforcement that have moved forward here with that orange type of tear gas that is being used. But they are certainly outnumbered by the amount of protesters that are down there. So they did back up, though. They definitely did not like the tear gas. So the crowd backed up. They're at least on the other side of the street, back towards the parking lot. And pushing back even further after they launched that tear gas. But that's been kind of the situation down here. Michelle was down there. She showed us that as well. I don't know what happened to Santa Ana PD, but now it looks like it's being held up by these, members of the federal law enforcement agency. It looks like I see HSI down there. I can't tell who some of the other agencies are as well. John telling me Duke, which is OC Sheriff's helicopter, is just orbiting. They had a Department of Homeland Security Black Hawk that had been orbiting this scene as well. That looks like it went to March Air Force Base for fuel, and now you've got Duke from
Okay. We do hope that Skyfox overhead maybe can zoom out so we get a better vantage point here. So remember, this is still outside the federal building in downtown Los Angeles, and it looks like and chemical irritants to disperse these 2 or 3. So you're watching right now these anti-ICE protesters, not many of them, square off with this group there on the elevated platform there outside the Roybal Federal.
Of course, the vans get things thrown at them. Well, okay, I don't know what this gentleman here is doing, but
and that's
what was that?
This is on a rooftop?
That's an actual rifle. No, it's on a
That's what I
elevated platform, and that federal agent is pointing a rifle at somebody. That's
the guy in the yellow, I guess.
Yeah,
There's 2 guys.
and you can see they're kind of taunting each other. You saw that federal law enforcement agent, wave his hands like, let's go, let's go. And that guy in the yellow doing the same thing. I mean, something.
Let's keep listening to them.
It was when we talked to you last, kind of just a wait and see feeling here.
Was with that person in the yellow, but that federal agent with the rifle there was not having it. There's some fireworks now that we see going off too.
Maybe that's what that was about, but that can get even more dangerous when you're actually. We actually witnessed this. We saw him. You say that's a lethal weapon.
Yeah,
Mike.
yes,
That's an
absolutely.
actual. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
You can see the provocation happening right here, and then
there's some more tear gas.
Yeah.
And now what we've seen, we haven't seen it here, but what we saw a lot yesterday is the tear gas would get thrown, and the protesters would grab it and throw it back at the law enforcement officers. That happened to CHP a lot yesterday when they were trying to regain control over the freeway. So, but that hasn't happened here. Hopefully they'll, de-escalate this a little bit. But this guy on the left here, that agent on the left with the lethal, weapon there, was not having whatever was going on.
No, it was pointed right at that guy.
Yeah, and see, look, he's waving him over.
You wonder if those guys have on masks. When I say those guys, the agitators.
See, there he goes again, pointing it at him. So I couldn't tell if that agitator did. I mean, you certainly law enforcement does. That's been kind of the name of the game for them, and that's something that they say they need to do to protect themselves and their identities. A lot of the protesters did, and John, if we can see that guy in the yellow, I don't know if he's got one on.
See, so he's still there. That's why I asked that question, because with that tear gas, he hasn't retreated, really.
Right. Well, and the problem with the tear gas is it's blowing back towards the agents. It didn't. That deployment of it didn't go super well for them, because now it's coming right back into their face.
Yeah, you can see the cloud of it there, how strong it is. You can imagine what it's like on the ground, just seeing the cloud. just a tense situation overall. When we had that wider shot of the protesters and the demonstrators in the parking lot, they were very spread out, and then you see the law enforcement kind of sticking together as a unit with a tactical approach, and then you see a line there. You see them in various places holding a line, whereas the protesters sometimes are together, sometimes they're scattered, and then you mentioned that sometimes the law enforcement officers will come and break them up, but you can see how scattered they are around, it looks like a whole city block.
Yeah, not a very organized group as we've seen in other situations, and really, what we saw last night too, when the night started to get winding down a little bit, is you see a group of not very many people causing the most problems. But now, well, as we say that, it looks like a bunch of them are starting to kind of move forward back towards those agents. But I am surprised that I don't see Santa Ana PD here. It seemed like when we were talking to Michelle, they were holding it down a little bit better than this small handful of federal agents that are here. Also not here, noticeably not here, is the National Guard. The National Guard is here. They're protecting buildings in Los Angeles. We know that they have deployed 2,000 of them, but are only using, according to federal officials, 300 National Guards troops. So it's, who knows why they haven't deployed them to Orange County and Santa Ana.
So what federal officers are we looking at here? So
I've seen HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations, and that may be all HSI. It's hard to tell because, especially the guys that are
to stop the folks at the detention center, and it got a little chaotic there. A smaller crowd than what we've seen in downtown Los Angeles, but still people out there having their say, and we see law enforcement there trying to protect the property as well.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful
There, you see the person in the yellow and a couple of others, and most of the rest of the crowd seems to be peaceful as far as we can see from the chopper video.
Yeah, and who knows if that's kind of a political move here, because certainly in Los Angeles County, that's what the president has been going after, is the mayor, the governor as a whole. But it is a very good point and to notice that there is no National Guard here, and that these federal agents are certainly outnumbered by the number of people that are here. But to your point, the people that seem to be engaging with them is a much smaller group than the people that are just kind of looky-looing and kind of hanging out back there. But they are starting to get closer. They are getting more bold as the federal agents are standing there on the stairs.
Was that a protester?
Yeah, see, now I can't tell.
Oh, now
what
they
that
have
is.
shields, and it looks like they're taking something, rocks.
Yeah. Okay, here comes some more
They're
tear
throwing
gas.
That's right.
Those cars were torched, and look at this picture from Skyfox. Now, that was the image over the weekend. Essentially, what happened is people requested the cars. Remember, these are self-driving cars, so there's no driver there to know I'm going into a trap. And all these cars came the computer thinking they're going to pick somebody up, and instead, they were torched. And as you know, when you have an electric vehicle, the lithium-ion batteries are especially flammable, and those flames are hard to put out, and so they basically had to let these things burn in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, which became a picture that was used all over the world as sort of the image of what's been happening in downtown. This is what was left of those vehicles, literally a pile of just total destruction. And they're cleaning that up today. But if you want to have a Waymo in downtown, it's not going to happen, at least for the foreseeable future.
Do any of you guys make $1 billion? Oh, okay, no, wait, the guy that you're sucking. Oh, she thinks it's funny? You think it's fucking funny? You're a woman, and you're brown. Let's not be ignorant here. It's just a fact. You're fucking embarrassing. If y'all can actually read. You think that shit's funny? Then you would understand it. What's wrong, Sugar?
Santa PD not up with the ones on the steps that are kind of taking the brunt of this. Who knows? But this may be more federal agents that are going to come deploy right out front to deal with the crowd that is obviously clashing with the federal agents at the front.
Okay, you just said Arizona license plate, so that obviously means too that the law enforcement Chief McDonald said they were bringing in sources, municipal aid from other departments. It looks like the federal is doing the same thing.
Yeah, they'll get them from wherever they can, and now you've got the crowd even in the parking lot starting to push back. I thought I saw somebody shoot some less than lethal rounds over there. So hopefully the feds are going to get some of this extra help that they need out there, because they're definitely outnumbered up there on those steps, and you've got Santa Ana PD holding the line back over here by what Michelle was describing as the Sally Port.
And I know we're looking at Santa Ana now, but we talk about Chief McDonald of LAPD talking about just how unconventional this is, and talking about kind of the normal process where LAPD deals with it, then they bring in neighboring agencies to help. Then local Santa Ana police, right?
Right. Yeah, Santa Ana police there on the left, and then you've got the feds that are still up on the steps. As you got those, you look like a group of younger people riding bicycles through there, and then there's obviously the agents that are still up on the steps. John, yeah, they're still up there. Okay. And then you've got the, I don't see where that guy in the yellow went, so maybe he got bored and left them alone, but he was certainly taunting them.
Or took his jacket off.
Yeah, right.
But, again, we had talked about this, or just in speculation, that as soon as they see some federal vehicles, maybe that's why they started moving in.
Yeah.
Approaching the federal building all of a sudden, because we're wondering, why is this happening all of a sudden, even if it's one or two, quote, brave, put that in quotes, protesters, but maybe that is the reason why, when they see these vehicles. And now, there's only a few right now in terms of federal authorities on the steps there. Another question, we don't know just how these raids are being carried out, how late they can go. Can they show up at any place after dark and, make a sweep of people? I don't really know the ramifications. Do you? Or they're
right. No, and it kind of depends. I mean, if they're going to do it in the form of a warrant, there are certain rules and requirements, at least at the local level. And forgive me, I don't entirely know at the federal level. If you want to do an overnight warrant or a no-knock warrant, that is specified in the type of warrant that you get. I don't know that has to be done at a federal level. I will say, though, we've seen immigration enforcement action in Los Angeles and other counties across the Southern California here, where they are in, they're out, it's quick, right? But what we saw on Friday was kind of this lingering enforcement action by the federal agents. And so you wonder if the Trump administration has said, we will continue to do this no matter what. We'll bring in as many forces as we need to facilitate that. But you wonder if they're going to want to start doing it in a faster way, where you don't have these agents that are kind of lingering like they did on Friday, giving people the chances. And Saturday, I mean, in Paramount on Saturday, Border Patrol came in and did a thing, and they were there long enough for crowds to gather and to come protest them and all of that. And that is fairly unusual when they do these. We are usually seeing situations where they're in, they get who they want, and they're out. And they move through pretty quickly, and it doesn't give time for crowds to gather. But Friday and Saturday, they stayed around long enough for crowds to gather, which then caused these really chaotic situations. So we'll see if that, I mean, the ones we heard of today didn't manifest long enough for those crowds to get created. It's certainly in Santa Ana, it wasn't, Michelle had told us it was a Carl's Jr. and a Home Depot, and those agents didn't stay there long enough to draw enough attention to themselves to create a crowd at those locations. It ended up being here at the federal building.
Of course, that's part of the strategy of the federal government as well, right? To make a statement, to make a show of force, and to gain media attention, to make a statement that we are conducting these raids and that you should be afraid if you're here and you're not documented and have entered the country illegally. And then we heard Mayor Bass in Los Angeles also talk about people who are showing up at federal facilities to go through the process of getting a green card or getting citizenship. And
keeping their appointments.
And keeping their appointments, and then also being arrested and detained there, in some cases entire families. And she said that, she was concerned that that would push the people who are trying to go through the legal process into the shadows. So she mentioned that, a lot of anger in her press conference earlier. So I think that is, and we have heard President Trump also talk about that, and other members of the administration, that is part of the strategy, to make that show of force and to send that message.
Well, you know what's sad today, and I'm going to use the word sad, because there were a number of students who graduated. And from the reports that I heard, there were a number of young people quite upset that their parents or family members were afraid to show up to graduation because they were afraid that they would be swept up. And one young lady, if I'm not mistaken, said her parents, they had applied for documentation, but they were still scared and they didn't make the graduation. So, that's sad to me, no matter how you look at it or what side that you're on, how you feel about this situation, because these are young people who, they grew up here, they go to school here, but, if their parents or loved ones are not here, or I was gonna say not here illegally, but again, we have to make some kind of determination, or maybe someone will tell us, if you have a green card, are you okay? If you have a work visa, are you okay? If you've applied and you haven't reached legal status yet as a citizen, though, are you okay or not? I haven't heard any distinct answers to those questions, and that's what I'd like to know, because people ask me and I can't really answer it.
Well, and even to that point, we spoke with that attorney who said her client had a stay from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, prohibiting the government from deporting her client, and they still detained him. And she said, when she asked the agents, why are you detaining him if you know you can't deport him? Their answer was, because we can. And so that's according to that attorney. But that makes it very gray for a lot of people to understand, where am I at in this process? Can I be deported? Can I not be? Even if I can't be deported, I can still be detained. It gets very confusing. And to your point about graduation, the Huntington Park mayor said today that they're at the graduation, there was a false rumor that ICE was outside, and it panicked people that were inside, and some people left because
that too. So there is a bit of organization on this. And by the way, before we go, we want to show this. Do we have this image from Matthew Seedorf? Okay. We've just, if you check out Matthew Seedorf's social media, the rock thrower from Saturday's violent crash in Paramount has been identified. We'll have more on that later on tonight. We are going to pause our coverage for now. If anything major happens, we will.
Yeah, we've hiked quite a few blocks to get over to where we can get a good vantage point of the protesters facing off with law enforcement. We are on the steps of the Japanese American. the road and went back past their establishment. So it was kind of bizarre to see. Also, there's a hotel. We could see hotel guests on the second and third and fourth floors looking out from their windows, watching down on the police as they were pushing the protesters back. Kind of just a contrast to what was happening in the restaurants and in the hotel versus what was happening on the street. And of course, as you saw, mixed with so many cars because they didn't close the street down, right? So there were still cars on the street who were trying to navigate carefully their way down the street, continuing their travels, but suddenly being surrounded by protesters and by the police force. So for the time being, this is kind of a calmer situation where we are a strong force of police. You can see have established a perimeter, not allowing them to come down onto the campus here of the Japanese American National Museum, and then further down to the Museum of Contemporary Art. But this is right at the heart of Little Tokyo here, where the protesters have now stopped walking. The police have stopped walking. And so we're going to keep an eye on things here because certainly there are a lot of treasured things in this area that we don't want to see destruction to. Last night, once the sun went down, that's really when things escalated, when there really seemed to be a different element of people who lingered. And that's when some of the trouble started last night. We're certainly hoping that that does not repeat itself on this evening. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thanks for saying that. When you said there are a lot of treasured things in that area, and there are a lot of people who may still be alive or their parents or grandparents who remember what happened to the Japanese at one time when it came to the government rounding them up. So just wanted to mention that. We are taking a live shot now from KCAL, and we are in downtown Los Angeles. Mike, do you know exactly where we are here?
Yeah, we're technically at First and Japanese Village Plaza. We're coming into Little Tokyo. They've been able to significantly move the crowd to the south now. And I'm trying to see that your next major is going to be almost Alameda, near First and Alameda. So we've gotten away from all of like Civic Center area. You know, we've gotten away from City Hall. We've gotten away from the courthouses. And LAPD has done a good job of pushing everybody kind of, to the south in hopes that they'll eventually just kind of start dissipating and getting out of here. And the crowd, and last time I saw a more wide shot of the crowd, it did look like it was starting to get a little bit smaller. We haven't seen a ton of clashes. I mean, LAPD just kind of, does their thing, pushes them forward, and then they move about. And every time they get to an intersection, the crowd kind of gets just a touch bit smaller when they do that. But there, yeah, you see right here on First Street. And I wanted to point out something that we saw earlier, which was when we see the crowd run, it's almost like they're doing right now. It's likely because LAPD, when they are in this kind of tactical formation and they have these platoons that are moving about, they do it in a running formation. So they're not necessarily running to anything, but when those officers make those movements, those officers are running, which then naturally kind of makes the crowd run as well. So that is sometimes what happens. And then you get it out to here, to this street, where you've got cars and traffic just, kind of moving here as they...
Tom 726 X-ray, westbound 105, just trying to ground here, on exit. Solo entry with a baby and additional minor in vehicle.
Hey, still waiting on the vehicle. Person can handle for no one is now 9S, 9.7C. That's a home road and you're along the highway. Now light 20, going to each building, walking in the middle of the street, coming along the area, going by the specific area for talking nothing now, you're next. I'll just keep it now with 415 on 13. Identity person is the responsibility and I don't want to be Main Street dispersion person, Main Street dispersion person. I think we'll be in the cars now check for the person who's going to the left. Person needed to left. Person 161 Adam 1 is the responsibility, 161 Adam 1. The person is corresponding in real left, Main Street person. Person 161 on 1, 161 on 1. Unit 23 needs to application on Lancaster of the smoke ring. I would follow package 200. I guess you corresponding to 101. I guess 1 to Henry, 2 3, possibly 1 to Henry. What's the word? Additional Lancaster unit in 3 left. Unit 3D, 70J John, at the smoke ring. Copy 114 is the 6, 0 less than 6. Move, let's go, leave the area. I guess 114 is 6, possibly 114. Leave the area. Okay, do that now. Don't start online. We'll have a question. Informant on that, then you go back. Any unit just has 15 Lancaster for 211 now. Any unit just has 15 Lancaster identify. Check my 910-6. Okay, since from the 211 now, 2370J John, subject to call. Informant hung up, and then call back. I guess we'll call back again. I we'll call from 16415 to 141, 70J John 8, number 85, possibly 15. With those 2 weeks, an adult kicked door open and door dropped to the apartment. Who got fired heading to Harmon Foreman. Someone disconnected. Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Confirming that was G. George 8. I need to stand by for this market. I need to stand by for this market.
Thanks, 742997, southbound 405, north of Temple.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
LA30, you feel for the area somewhere? You guys obtain a better 10 points.
Peaceful protest!
It was also reported at Lime Avenue and Lindley Street. All information currently kept.
guys will come back on intelligence to us now. EvilleCJ John. And my guys,
they're the ones pressing us. We've been doing their orders. We've been pushing back. I mean, we've been moving back. They've been pushing us back. Share the log of 3 people will be in 9,000 views. Share the view.
What's the unit emergent?
The word will pop up for people.
Yeah, Mike 97 on inventory identified. Yeah, the map there.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here, my boy? Call back.
Why are you here?
23103 northbound 405 at Main Street. Green is gas with a plate of 6 Victor Henry John 135. We had a 4-door block. Last week entering the north southwest. Saw one of them looking for the KMA01 clear at 9.
I copy that. And most of the jail line
is 620 copy. We'll ascertain with fire. At 9 as a visual, and it's not far under traffic.
Hey, how's it going?
You know, for public safety, and also to make sure that there is not vandalism or any sort of destruction. So I asked whether they might start shooting off pepper balls or the smoke bombs, and the officer who is in charge of the media there said, again, they are here for public safety and to make sure that there is not destruction or defacement of buildings and things in Santa Ana. So you see the situation here now. Things are loud but calm, and I predict that in a few minutes things are going to change, because that's what's been going on here for the past 3 hours or so.
You know, that's interesting, Michelle. I don't remember hearing about much activity out of Santa Ana yesterday, last night, and it seems like today certainly has been a different story. Maybe that's because of some of the raids that took place in those businesses that we were talking about. So I'm sure Santa Ana PD is going to be keeping their eye as the evening grows on, and hopefully, you know, nothing even close happens to what happened in downtown Los Angeles last night. But I'm sure they have to be ready.
Okay, here we go. So now the crowd running back toward us. Something has obviously gone on near the staircase where the federal officers are. It looks like I can see some smoke in the distance, and now everyone is running toward us.
We can hear it.
The sheriff's department, yep, that's an M80 or some sort of firecracker set off, I believe, by demonstrators. The sheriff's department has gotten back to me. Orange County Sheriff does not house ICE detainees, anyone arrested for immigration through the federal government. So it is unclear where the people who we believe are taken into custody today around Orange County were taken. Maybe somewhere in LA County, maybe another county. We may have a facility here in this complex, just not clear on that. But we know they're not in the Santa Ana City Jail, and we know that they are.
Quite clear if you can divert left 79, southbound 110, north of the 105, red zone. Vehicle return to the post line and back down its wheels now. No further details. Boulevard, 711. Wanted to get it assaulted by third. Call back one call. Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Permission 23103, southbound 405 at Wilmington, Red Ford Mustang at Heights. Inbound on slope lane, crossing your missing. That's still going to be 70801 clear at 99.
Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA!
LA 77, 120 com, 9788 with the 1125, roadway clear.
So far, 904B, probably on scene. I think it's going to report. And one thing I was talking to
Hey, just go on. You ready? Roll with any type of. We're looking. LA 2420. Is a vehicle blocking? Up along the advice. Hey, so couldn't get a good view. In the close line.
Has always been my North Star. That means keeping people safe from violent protests, and it means protecting people who are trying to do the right thing by protesting peacefully for what they believe. When I was a police officer, I met a man from China who was the victim of a crime, but was too scared to file a police report because of his immigration status. I think about that story often, and it's why I believe we must build a system based on trust, not fear. But two wrongs do not make it right. I understand that some New Yorkers may be angry, afraid, and ready to express that. New York City will always be a place to peacefully protest, but we will not allow violence and lawlessness. The escalation of protests in Los Angeles over the last couple of days is unacceptable and will not be tolerated if attempted in our city. And I want to assure all New Yorkers that we have the best police department in the world. Men and women who are prepared to handle any issues that may arise, especially when we are faced with deep division in our society. We should be able to express our sorrow and our rage, but we must turn pain into purpose. I encourage those who want to protest to heed the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who showed our great nation the power of peaceful protest. In 1964's speech, he said, "Nonviolence is a powerful and just weapon which cuts without wounding and ennobles the man who wields it. It is a sword that heals." In the face of conflict and division, we must choose peace and compassion over anger and retaliation. In New York City and all across the nation, in the pursuit of justice, we must choose the sword that heals. Balancing the needs for safety with the ideals of pursuing justice is what I have dedicated over 40 years of my life to, and what I will continue to do as the mayor of New York City. I thank you, and now I'll turn it over to Police Commissioner Tisch with more details on what we're doing to keep New Yorkers safe and ensure they can exercise their constitutional right to peacefully protest. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor Adams. As always, the NYPD will protect every person's right to protest peacefully. That right is central to our democracy, and the NYPD is committed to ensuring that people can always exercise that right safely. And as a matter of city law, we do not engage in civil immigration enforcement, period. We will continue to follow the law. But let me be crystal clear. We have no tolerance for violence, none. We have no tolerance for property damage. We have no tolerance for people blocking entrances to buildings or blocking driveways or blocking cars from moving. And any attacks against law enforcement will be met with a swift and decisive response from the NYPD. We are responsible for public safety and maintaining order in this city, and we will never abdicate that responsibility. I was on the phone all weekend with our federal partners. The message that I conveyed to them is the same message that I am conveying to you right now. At the New York City Police Department, we know how to police protests in a manner that maintains public safety and upholds the law. We have done so in thousands of protests over the last few years, and we will continue doing so going forward. At the mayor's direction, we have put plans in place so that if we do experience civil unrest of the sort that we have been witnessing in California, the full resources of the New York City Police Department are available and prepared to respond. We will maintain public order, and we will do it consistent with the law. I have tremendous confidence in the men and women of the NYPD who are expert in carrying out this critical work. I know that I speak on behalf of millions of New Yorkers who are grateful to them for their professionalism and for their commitment to service. Thank you.
Okay, that was Jessica Tisch alongside New York City Mayor Eric Adams outlining their approach and their strategy to how they will handle some of these demonstrations we have already seen in Lower Manhattan just today. And just a word of caution, a word of warning, you're going to be seeing, unfortunately, can't do anything about it, some of these vulgarities spray painted on the sides of buildings in all of these cities. And so
Santa Ana PD, I haven't seen in the last couple of minutes shoot any, tear gas, pepper balls, smoke, anything like that. So you've got this group, and it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe people laying down there on the ground that are probably signaling that they're ready to be arrested.
Okay, Mike, thanks for that. I guess a different story. Back in downtown Los Angeles, where our Lori Perez is. And Lori, we understand that it's getting pretty loud there right now.
It is loud, definitely, but we are at yet another kind of stopping point. The police have pushed the protesters further down South Alameda Street towards the Arts District, if you can picture that in your head. And we've kind of just been stopped here for about 15, 20 minutes with the force of law enforcement facing off with the protesters. You can see them just kind of opposite of each other right here in the street. Lots of yelling going on, of course, lots of emotions.
West of Lawrence, negative C, handle 498.
Central, she occurred Central, just west of Lawrence, negative
Are you standing by for practical casino? Stand by.
Industry 143,
at the
police. 5, switch to your LTAC.
Water bottles, etc.
Yeah, what we see, Lori, is we can see the crowd. A lot of them running. And we see officers. Yeah, we see a projectile there. We see officers approaching quickly, and like they're moving them back to where we don't know, right? But that's what we noticed.
Yeah, it's just interesting, I mean, we don't, of course, know the police strategy, but like I said, we've been all standing here for probably 15, 20 minutes, nothing going on except for a lot of yelling. And then all of a sudden, we saw the police kind of mobilize. We saw the crowd start to run. So, we see this from time to time, and you can already see now it's kind of de-escalated, and we've moved just not that far down the street, and once again they've stopped. So this is kind of a repeat of what we saw yesterday evening, yesterday afternoon with these crowds as they kind of splintered off, and police had to kind of address the crowds in different parts of the city.
You know what, Laura, you were on the scene when during the BLM protests. So can you, just now, what's the difference here? What I asked you before about is it organized? Are there people that are on megaphones or, talking to the crowd, either encouraging them or reminding them of why they're there? Can you point that out or maybe make the contrast?
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question. I think during the BLM protests, first of all, they were much larger, consistently larger for the days that we were covering them. And they did seem to be more on point. There were lots of organizers who were continually leading the chants, changing the chants, or people just on megaphones kind of elucidating their viewpoint about what was happening and their viewpoint about the issues for that protest. We have not seen that as much here today at least. Yesterday we did see a little bit of that, but not as much. Here we have seen also, I will say, much more destruction, much more profanity written on the streets and on the buildings and the walls. So it's a kind of a different tone, I would say, to this protest than the BLM protests. But again, I think I was mentioning earlier, even today from yesterday the demographic was quite a range of ages in that crowd, young and old and even families. And this crowd here is a much younger crowd. It's a much, late teens, 20s kind of crowd. And that in and of itself sometimes, depending on the group of people, that creates a different atmosphere in that group of people. And that's what we've seen here today.
All right, I'm glad you explained that, Lori, because I just remembered at the top of mind what happened during those protests, and I know you were there. So I figured you could sort of, walk us through what's happening. And maybe it kind of makes you wonder if it's not, maybe it's social media that has really driven people to the sites where they are. But you set it up for us that there doesn't appear to be really a lot of organization or particular leaders, so to speak.
And I will say in both those protests and in these protests last night, at the end of the night, towards the end, you always seem to get kind of the agitators, right? The troublemakers who are not necessarily connected to the cause that brought the people out, but who are just trying to take advantage of a chaotic situation. We saw that in BLM, and we saw that last night as well with some of the unrest that happened, some of the tagging and some of the looting. Those were not people who I would consider necessarily connected to the cause that brought out the bulk of people over the weekend. They're
Northbound 110, to the eastbound 105. The vehicle's on the right shoulder.
Just your line, just your line.
Northbound 1, back vehicle to right.
Let's go, move.
59.7 here is the worst deal. 570 is right still. I'll just put it in.
And Mike Rogers at the desk. Good evening, everyone. I'm Susie Sa. Again, we have been following these protests, continuing coverage here on KCAL News in various parts of Southern California tonight, not only in downtown LA, but also in Santa Ana, where protests have also gotten very heated as well. This after immigration raids, we believe, over the weekend as well, and today. And Ambassador Los Angeles saying today that she believes that there have been 5 at least known raids that have taken place. And because of that, there have been a lot of passions and anger and families who have no answers right now as to where their loved ones might be. And a lot of people are concerned about that.
And this has been going on again, as Susie was saying, since Friday when those first raids played out at a Home Depot, at a donut shop, and of course,
not have the authority to activate the California National Guard.
This is a law that requires the governor's consent to activate the National Guard. This is the first time since 1965 that a president has activated the National Guard without a request from the state's governor.
Bonta's claims may be accurate and steeped in legal standing, but experts say there is a good chance the courts will find in Trump's favor.
This is a really, really weird context for the use of this statute, but that doesn't mean that courts are going to find it unlawful. The courts are very deferential
We'll come back when we can catch our breath.
All right, Michelle, you do that. You take care of yourself and your photographer. Of course, situations we've seen over the weekend, Mike Rogers, of reporters and photographers being in the line of fire when it comes to some of these pepper balls and also the tear gas canisters.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, Tim Kimball's already been hit. Tim Kimball, Michelle's photographer, has already been hit by tear gas a couple times tonight. He actually got a pepper ball to his torso when all of that was happening. And I do want to update the situation in Santa Ana because that has been kind of evolving, and you can see they are still using tear gas. They pushed those people away from the federal steps where they were, and now they're pushing them actually towards the federal building. So we're continuing to monitor that situation. SkyCal is going to head back downtown. I also want you to know that there's now starting to be, as we look live now, this is again in Santa Ana here, as Michelle and her photographer Tim Kimball doing a great job and obviously pushing away, far enough away from where the law enforcement line is. And you can see just behind that flag, that Mexican flag, you can make out the patrol car there on the right-hand side. You can see that line of police officers that is there trying to quell that crowd and push them back. Now, it looks like there is a mix of federal officers as well as local Santa Ana Police Department officers. What we have been dealing with, the situation we've been dealing with earlier, is that federal law enforcement was far outnumbered from the protesters that were standing on the steps. We saw a really intense situation with a protester who was wearing a mask and was wearing a yellow sweatshirt that was throwing things at federal law enforcement agents. One of those agents with a lethal, munition, a lethal weapon, a rifle, was actually pointing it at that protester and kind of waving his hand towards him. And you see what we're looking at right now is people pouring water on their eyes. That is to get rid of and you can see the pain that they're in. I mean, tear gas is not a fun situation at all. Pouring water is your second option. Milk really is the best thing to pour on your eyes if you're in that situation. But you can see these guys are just, continuing to pour. But I want to point out, they've been tear gassed. They know how badly it hurts, and they're still in the area.
That's right.
Right? So these people are still wanting to protest, and I would say, with the exception of a couple of people in that situation, it has been fairly calm out there. There have certainly been people that have been kind of giving it to the federal agents there and going back and forth with them. We saw that tackle of one of the federal agents that took that person down into custody, ripped the mask off his face. But they're still launching tear gas and pepper balls and all of those things at these protesters. Michelle got caught up in it. You see other people here getting caught up in it as well that are dealing with all of this situation as Michelle and Tim Kimball try to walk back. And we apologize for the people that are less than happy to see our cameras there as the situation is tense, it's heated.
Shot these guys over. If we need to, I can run back.
We're gonna move. Okay. We're gonna move back so we don't get hit again. Because like I said, they're throwing very deep into the crowd, obviously trying to push everybody out of this area. Just to put it in perspective, people are running toward Ross Street. So this is Santa Ana Boulevard and Ross Street, right near the very, very large federal courthouse, the Reagan building. So the tactic must be to get people away from that one federal building where they have blocked the door, and where earlier in the day employees were trying to get out. And so they're trying to drive people into the center of town, which is kind of the historic Old Town district.
Michelle, we appreciate your reporting so much, but we do want you and your photographer to stay safe. So please, if you can get to a safer area for us, and we will come back to you. But as you can see from Michelle's picture, things get pretty intense there in Santa Ana as protesters sort of walk back from the law enforcement agencies who are pushing them back from the federal building right now.
And there's that confusion, Susie. Was it a firework? Was it an explosion? Was it another round of tear gas? Was it the less than lethal weapons that are being thrown into the crowds there? Very confusing. So our Michelle Julian, her photographer, they're going to move into an area that's a little bit safer. But you can see, as Michelle's talking about wanting to disperse the crowd, you can see where some of those orange barriers are and where the crowd is now. They've created quite a bit of separation between the federal building there and where these people are running.
All right, we have another reporter on the ground. Let's go to our Tom Waite now, who joins us live. Tom, where are you?
And Susie, we're just about a half a block away from LAPD headquarters. You can see it there just up the block. There's a gathering of officers just out in front. This is First Street in Los Angeles. Still a lot of people out on the streets tonight, kind of walking around, a lot of air support. We're not too far from Lori Perez. She's a few blocks down the street from us, kind of in an area, I think, where there's a higher concentration of people. There's still a lot of volatility here, you know, as this is kind of the area where a lot of some of the skirmishes between police and the crowd played out. Just a short time ago, I saw police having to use their less than lethal weapons. They fired some of those some of those objects back at protesters when they were being hit with objects, either water bottles or other objects that were being thrown. Sometimes plastic, sometimes glass bottles were being thrown. In fact, I was just standing next to a group of officers a few minutes ago when a glass bottle was hurled at them and came very close to hitting all of us. So it's still a volatile situation out here. There's still a lot, there's a lot of anger here on the streets, and a lot of people, I think, just trying to channel that in a way that is practical and also nonviolent. But of course, there's also people out here still causing a lot of problems. In fact, it's even hard to show you some video and some shots because we have so much. There's so much graffiti out here with a lot of bad language. So we're trying to avoid showing a lot of that stuff. But it does look like the LAPD has done a pretty effective job, and maybe there's other departments out here as well, done a pretty effective job in breaking things up. There's not a large concentration of people here as we've seen the last few nights. Obviously, that's by design. They're trying to get people to leave and to move on to avoid another night of confrontations and violence. The LAPD has just a swarm of officers right up the street from us, and they're also positioned at various buildings, City Hall.
Wow. Graffiti.
park up there. What is it employed?
Mary.
With the 10.2, party was supervised by Dateline, and they'll be here in about 5 minutes.
Police actions could include the use of force. Penal Code 409 prohibits remaining present at a lawful assembly. If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose, you will be in violation of Penal Code Section 407, 408, 409, and 416. Please respond immediately.
Right, the National Guard did not step foot off the federal building. Right.
And he's sending more.
And he's sending more. And Mayor Bass said to do what? You know, you already have National Guard standing at the federal buildings. Are you going to have more troops come in and stand next to them at the federal buildings? They've not been involved at all in any kind of crowd dispersal measures, despite what the president is insinuating on his True Social platform. Now, there is the other question, is are there more immigration raids coming? And will they use those troops to support those immigration raids, to provide protection and provide scene control, if you will, for those federal immigration officers that could potentially be doing that? We have heard 30 days of immigration raids. Nobody has said that officially, right? The mayor, the chief, the sheriff have all said, we don't know what immigration officials are going to do, when they're going to do their enforcement actions, where they're going to do them. So is there a situation where they're bringing in more troops to continue these amplified immigration enforcement operations? We won't know till we know.
Right. Well, it makes sense, right? Because several mayors, including Mayor Bassett, said this is a sanctuary city. We're not involved in helping law enforcement with these immigration raids. So
they're not involved, and according to state law, it prohibits them from even really discussing it. So we talk about how the federal immigration officials don't give the cities and counties any warning. State law would almost prohibit our local officials from even accepting that information. That was a message that was relayed yesterday by either the chief, I think it was by Chief Jim McDonnell. So there is no cooperation, there is no coordination with that because there can't be under state law.
Well, and the governor and the mayor both said, we have it handled, we don't need help from the feds.
And by the way, just really quickly want to point out, we are starting to see a social media video of the Marines that have left 29 Palms. We've got a couple sources out there who live in Desert Hot Springs and other areas that have said they've seen the buses start to leave, they've seen the Humvees start to leave. I've got a crew posted up on the 10 freeway so we can see them when they come in. But from what we can tell, they have left 29 Palms.
Within 2 hours or so, we maybe see them in the area.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Well, as we've been talking about protests in Santa Ana and in downtown LA tonight, we have our reporter Lori Perez there on the ground joining us live now to tell us about the latest. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we are at the corner of Alameda and 2nd. I think you guys were talking about this area just a little while ago. We're right in front of the Angel City Brewery, a very popular brewery here in the Arts District. And this is where we have been staged along with the police department and with protesters for about the last 15, 20 minutes. As you said, not a lot going on here, but take a look at their backup here. This is all down this street. They have SUVs and armored vehicles staged. And then we did just note at the end of the block, LAPD has brought in their big white.
bad, man, once you start coughing. Let this go to your mouth. You need some big rub. Huh? You need some napkin. No, I'm good.
I don't believe it has. It's stayed pretty much the same, much smaller than the crowd that we were following last night, much less boisterous and rowdy than the crowd that we were following last night. It's stayed about the same size. We thought we did see another splintered off of the crowd to the right here, and we thought that maybe they were going to join up, but they did not, and that crowd has since moved on and is not coming in this direction. So no, the crowd size has stayed the same. Some chanting starting up at this point. Someone did just throw something over towards the officers. It looks to be like an empty spray paint can or something like that. But, you know, just kind of on standby at this point.
Well, let's hope that doesn't change too much, Lori, because we know we saw it yesterday. We even saw it this afternoon where something very quickly happens and the crowd starts to run, or there's some sort of loud noise or something happens where people start taking off and running, and that creates a little bit of chaos in the community there.
It's true. And, you know, thank goodness that we have been seeing these peaceful protests, or more peaceful protests today than yesterday and over the weekend. You know, the reason why President Trump was saying that he brought in those national troops, those 2,000 National Guard troops, was because of the fact that things were getting too violent in his mind on the streets of Los Angeles when he saw those protesters in downtown LA starting on Friday. And then over the weekend, as we've been talking about, things really got heated in downtown LA as the crowds, as Mike mentioned, factioned off into different groups and went onto the freeway. There were different incidents of graffiti and just a lot of things that, obviously, local leaders here do not want to see. And as we've been talking about today, such a different picture today, and perhaps because of what local leaders have really been hammering on, just the fact that, this obviously has turned into a political situation with leaders both locally and in the state of California against the Trump administration, regarding what's been happening here in California. But just the fact that, this many people are out here protesting, and for days now, Juan, for
That's
4
right.
days, it has not stopped. And, if these raids continue to happen as they are anticipated to do so, then, I imagine that these protests will continue as well.
And the ripple effects are far and wide, Susie. Today, California Attorney General Rob Bonta announcing a lawsuit over the use of these National Guard troops by telling reporters that Trump has, quote, trampled the state's sovereignty, which has been a big concern to lawmakers locally and at the state level.
Well, as we've been watching this protest in downtown LA, we told you there was another one happening in Santa Ana as well. And we're going to bring you, of course, the very latest throughout the night here on KCAL News, and we hope you'll join us and stay with us. But we're going to continue our coverage, as we know these events are very important to everyone here in Southern California and affecting so many people. As we've been talking about, many arrests made, detained by ICE, that was starting on Friday at various businesses in LA County. And we want to welcome you now to KCAL News at 8. And this is breaking news now at 8. Heightened tension spreading across Southern California as large crowds descend on downtown LA and Santa Ana to protest against ICE raids.
And here's the damage left behind by demonstrators: broken windows, graffiti. Crews cleared out and cleaned up to prepare for more unrest.
And a lesson in community and Southern California protests from a Compton business owner.
Good evening, everybody. Juan Fernandez along with Susie Sa and Mike Rogers on the desk. We begin KCAL News at 8 with breaking news tonight. Protests continue for a fourth night following ICE raids around L.A.
KCAL News reporter Tom Waite live tonight in downtown L.A. What's it looking like out there now, Tom?
And good evening to you, Juan and Susie. We're in Little Tokyo right now, and you can see police are staged here at this corner on 1st Street in San Pedro. They've got this street closed off, kind of part of a strategy, it looks like, here to kind of break up and move the crowd, and it has been very effective, although there is still a fairly large concentration of people here in the Little Tokyo area, and you can see a number of them. There's a lot of Mexican flags. There's a lot of people honking. We've heard fireworks going off. We have not seen any clashes between police and members of the crowd. Earlier, we did see that. Some of the less than lethal weapons were used against people throwing objects into police lines. So there was definitely a number of confrontations between the officers and the protesters, kind of just for hours near the City Hall area, just a few blocks from where we are. And there definitely were some very tense and volatile moments there. I have to say, though, right now it feels very, very different. I was here Friday night when this all started. It was very intense. Obviously tensions boiled over, and you had protesters and police, really going at it for hours. Protesters, throwing things at police guarding the federal building, so on and so forth. That is not what we're seeing tonight. And look, right now it's interesting. I wonder where police are moving now. That line of motorcycle officers has been there for a while. So now it's unclear if they're moving to disperse more members of the crowd in a different place. But yeah, I mean, in terms of just kind of it's a very different situation right now, where you don't have the large concentration of people in the areas where we've seen them. Now, that could change, obviously. We can see right now officers going, moving somewhere to another location. We don't know if that's because there is more people gathering in another part of downtown. Obviously, there's a very fluid situation, so we're not certain how that's playing out. And also, we really haven't seen any of the National Guard soldiers really out in the areas where we are. As Mike Rogers was pointing out, they were brought in to guard the federal buildings, and perhaps there are larger concentrations of them there, but they're not in the streets at all that we've seen, either now or in the hours that leading up to right now. We've just not seen them. So it is very likely, as Mike was pointing out, that they are indeed guarding federal buildings, or maybe they're in different locations. So that kind of, that really gives you a sense, I think, of just how different tonight is. Just giving you a picture here of how police have been able to break up this crowd, and it's separated in a way that we have not seen in days. So if police were trying to, if this was their mission, it's mission accomplished on many levels, because we are seeing a very, very different situation as people have sort of broken up and are in different parts of the city. Now, again, people can gather again. So obviously the LAPD is very much cognizant of that, and they're aware, and they are still, there's a small army of them, as we've been reporting as well. There's a tactical alert going on right now, which means none of them who are on shift can leave until that the tactical alert is over. But it's certainly an exhausting time. And the other thing, I know other reporters have pointed this out, and I think Juan and Susie, you've talked about it as well. It's really surreal and shocking to see some of the graffiti. It's just so many buildings have been damaged. I can't even imagine how long it's going to take to clean up downtown. It's just, and a lot of it's profane stuff, and we can't really show it on television, but it's really unfortunate, because it's all over, and it's a lot of it is so many buildings that are damaged and will have to be repaired. A lot of vandalism in that sense. So, but the good news is we haven't seen any major injuries or major incidents occur between protesters and police tonight. That's, of course, the days prior we have seen a lot of that play out. Let's hope it stays that way. It seems very peaceful, again, just on this corner of the city, but things can change.
10-4.